Okay? Can everyone say something?
Something.
Hello.
Okay.
We'll meet again. Don't know when.
Shut up, Frank Sinatra.
Who is saying? Who
I probably
is singing?
swapped the when
it's
and
me.
where. I don't remember. Hey,
I hope that was Frank Sinatra.
my name is
Also
Olly,
be-
the boomer.
Boomer.
I'm Olly the boomer for you, buddy.
Sorry, you are the boomer.
So we have
You
officially.
call me Olly. Call me Olly.
We've officially
Mapo
made.
Tofu. Sorry.
Yes, we've
I
officially
forgot.
made.
I forgot the names. The
Yes.
whole crew.
We've officially made the reading club culturally heterogeneous. We have 2 lollies, a tranny, a loser, and a boomer.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
It's all very. It's
I
all
wonder
very
who the
fascinating.
lowlies
A
are.
loser.
Who is the loser?
I mean, would you agree that Shirou? Would you agree that Shirou?
I have to be a Shirou. Of course I am the loser.
I mean, we are Shira in a way, so we are the loser.
We are all Shirou Emiya in our
Yes.
own way.
Which Shirou are you?
Which Shirou are you? I am the one that doesn't end up dead,
Okay.
which is none of them.
Hopefully.
So we are going to. That is not a spoiler, by the way. That is a big brain joke. We are going to start with the first route of Fate's Day Night today after making it through the prologue. Literally 5 seconds after I start speaking, my headset tells me, hello, I'm running out of battery life. Give me a second.
The best.
I am moving to my other headphones.
What the fuck? I was disconnected. What the fuck? One moment.
Oh shit. Okay. Dear God.
One
wait.
moment.
I love how every single time we have one of these, we have to have terrible technical problems. Wait, I am going to come out. Hello. Wait, give me a sec. I need to move to my. I need to do some other thing. Wait, give me a sec. There you go. Now everything works. Yes, the one which Araragi sexually molests is the funniest. Yes. Isn't that something amazing? The time when this character gets attacked by their family. Guys, I'm gonna try relaunching the game because it didn't change. There you go. Domestic abuse is my favorite trope in literature, guys, I swear. Isn't that a fantastic trope? So just a little bit, you know. I mean, who wouldn't? Pot of Greed, which is in fact banned from use in tournaments. Congratulations, game, you fooled itself. So if everyone can get into the stream, I believe we can get... Is everyone in already? Mapo Tofu is the only one which has not indeed joined the stream, but he has finished the game. So, there you go. So just to kind of reprise what we did last time, we finished up the prologue where Tosaka finally talked to her servant. Yes. He said she's dead, which she almost ended up being after summoning her servant, going on a little expedition. She found out that there's a boundary field set up in school. Tried to get rid of that. Ended up getting followed by Lancer. Had to revive some kid. You know, some kid. And that some kid, that some kid ended up being the Master of Saber, who almost killed her and mortally wounded Archer. And that's where we cut off. So today we're starting the actual Fate route, where we are taking a look from the perspective of some guy, and then we are sadly going to follow the perspective of some guy for the rest of the novel, which is a shame. I don't know, just some loser. People do die unless they don't. No. This is going to be a theme. This translation was fan made, and some of the lines are a little bad. What? Well, we're gonna make it through all the routes sequentially anyways. It is, no, again, I'm going to go through this just one more time. I did the first time around. I'm gonna say it again. This version of Real Tenua that I have is classic. It is not ultimate. So if I turn off adult content, it is going to turn off all of the other stuff, all the other mature stuff, so including the gore and the whatever. So I'm going to keep it on until the scene. I'm going to turn it off at the scene, and then I'm going to turn it back on after the scene is done. And then that's just going to be it. No, we can't, because they're offensively bad. We will go through them if when we read something that includes them. But this one is they're not included anymore for a good reason. Let's just put it at that. They're funny. They're hilarious. But they also suck. Her defenseless anus. Is that from... No, you know what? I'm not going to talk about it. So, without further ado, start. And I am not going to skip anything. I am the bone of... Steel is my body and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades and nor known to life, have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet these hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. This is going to be recurring. I like that not even the Route 2 adaptation started with that. So when I came to, I was in a burning field. I guess there was a big fire. The familiar town had turned to ashes, and it looked like the remains of a battlefield from a movie. Give me a sec. I just want to make sure. Yes, everything is still ongoing. If I went through the trouble of recording everything and then losing everything that I'd recorded again, I think I would lose my mind. But no, it is still recording, so that's good. But that didn't last long either. The fire had died down by the time the sun rose. The tall wall of flame had shortened, and most of the buildings had fallen. It felt strange being the only thing in that place that still had its original form. I was the only one still alive around here. I must have been really lucky, or my house was built in a very lucky spot. I don't know which it was, but the point is, I was the only one left alive. I felt that since I survived, I should live on. I started walking aimlessly because I thought it would be dangerous to just stay there. I wasn't really concerned about getting burned up like the people lying around me. Probably because over and above not wanting to be like them, I had a stronger feeling in my mind. But still, I had no hope. It was already a wonder I was still alive, so I couldn't expect to be saved. I won't survive. Whatever happens, I won't be able to escape from this weird world. It was such an absolute hell that even a small child could understand it. And I collapsed. Was it because there was no air? Was it because no function was left in my body? Anyway, I collapsed and stared up at the clouded sky. Everything around me was burned up and I could see many shriveled people. The dark clouds loomed overhead, telling me it would rain soon. That's good. The fire will be put out once it rains. In the end, I sighed deeply and looked up at the sky. I say to myself that it hurts. I say so on behalf of all the people who couldn't even say so. That was 10 years ago. After that, I was miraculously saved. My body survived, but I would think all the other things about me burned up and were reduced to ashes. If you would take away a child's parents, home, and all such things, there's nothing left for him. That's why there was only my body. I think it's a simple story. In other words, in order to let my body live, my heart died. I'm dreaming. You are once again surrounded by a brilliant white light. Huh! I squint my eyes at the white light. So bright, I think. It was just light entering my eyes when I woke up, but I'm not used to it. I probably didn't even understand what the bright light meant. When my eyes focus, I'm surprised. I'm lying on an unfamiliar bed in an unfamiliar room. I'm surprised, but the room is so white and clean that it feels safe. Can everyone hear the voices just fine? Because I can raise the volume if they're too low. I look around. No. Alright, that's good. The room is big and there are many beds. A person is in each bed and everyone seems to be hurt. But nothing feels ill in this room. Everyone who's hurt is someone who was saved. I relax and let my eyes wander. Outside the window, the bright blue sky was unbelievably beautiful. After a few days, I finally understood. I could clearly remember what had happened in the past few days. Even so, I was no different from a newborn baby. Not just a metaphor, it was close to the truth. Anyway, it was a terrible fire. I had been saved from it, was in the hospital with my body wrapped up in bandages, and my parents were gone. I didn't get the situation, but I vaguely understood that I was alone. I think I understood quickly. Well, there was nothing but children in similar situations around me, so all I could do was absorb the fact. And after that man came, right when I was beginning to worry what would happen to me next. He came on the day my bandages were taken off and I was able to eat without help. Wrinkled coat and uncombed hair. The man, a bit younger than the doctor, felt more like a big brother than a father. A smile that seems to melt into the white sunlight. I think it was a suspicious voice, but a very kind one. Not suspicious at all. That man was saying he could adopt me. When I asked him if he was a relative of mine, he said he was just a stranger. He looked like an unreliable guy with no future. But it made no difference, as I knew nothing about either one, him or the orphanage. So I decided to go with him. A guy quickly started packing my stuff. His packing wasn't very good, even in the eyes of a child. Then, after making a big mess, is that okay? He turns to me lightheartedly and says, he says it in a serious, exaggerated tone. It happened in an instant. Come to think of it now, I was really a child back then. I automatically believed those words. I guess I said so with bright eyes. Since that time, I became his child. Actually, I don't remember what I said back then, but my father would always talk about that day. He would remember and retell the story again and again. So for my father, Emiya Kiritsugu, that might have been the happiest day of his life. So, I guess it was strange for my father to tell me that he was a sorcerer, but I was strange as well for admiring that. And thus I became an adopted son, and my last name became Emiya Shirou. When I said my name, I was really proud of having the same last name as Kiritsugu. I'm dreaming. A story from my childhood. It was when I finally convinced my father to make me his student, so it must have been about 8 years ago. When I was old enough to stay at home by myself, Kiritsugu started to leave the house on a regular basis. He would say in his normal tone that he would travel the world and actually act on those words. That's how it was after that. It was normal for him to leave the house empty for a month, and he sometimes wouldn't come home for half a year. The Emiya house is a big Japanese-styled house, and Kiritsugu and I were the only ones living there. I was perplexed in this house at times, as it was too big for a child. But still, I liked my life here. Emiya Kiritsugu would come home from his journeys and tell me lots of stories as a child. And the child who shared his last name would be at home waiting for those stories. I was always alone in the house, but that loneliness would all fade with the stories he brought back. The father who was always chasing his dreams like a kid. His attitude was astounding, but he always seemed dazzling to me. That might be why I wanted to be like him someday. Well, on top of that, looking at my ever-dreaming father, I felt I should become reliable myself. January the 31st, VIII Day night. 1 day 1. 1, yes. I hear a sound. I hear a heavy, old, rusty sound as the door opens. Light enters the dark shed. My mind waking up. Senpai feels the cold air in the approaching footsteps. That is the most early 2000s start. You might know her from the prologue, where she was a member of the archery club. Sakura smiles and nods as if accustomed to the situation. Sakura seems more upbeat than usual today, as if she's happy about something. You gotta love domestic abuse. I answer her with a sleepy head. I don't know what I'm saying with my mind not fully awake. Sakura is giggling. I guess my head was still dozing and I said something weird. The cold outdoor air helps in situations like this. The chill works well to beat the sleepiness out of my head. In front of me is Mato Sakura, my junior at school. This place is a shed behind my house, and the time is 6 o'clock. Sakura says so in a happy tone. It's unusual. Sakura really seems to be in a good mood this morning. That said, I looked down at myself. I fell asleep while I was working, so I'm still wearing my overalls. Being my work clothes, they're pretty dirty. I can't imagine what Fujine would say to me if I went to the house like this. Just give me a sec. Sakura leaves. Well, I have to change into my school uniform and clear up this mess. The shed is built on the edge of our yard, and just as it seems, it's a warehouse we put all our junk in. But for me, it's a place of treasures, as I've enjoyed messing with things since I was a kid. Father didn't allow me to go into the shed, but I always sneaked in here. As a result, it became my base. For me, Emiya Shiro, I guess you could call this place my real room. The big Emiya household doesn't suit me, and I can only relax in this space full of junk. Most of the things in here are appliances that can't be used anymore. Did I bring in all the junk here because I like the place, or did I come to like it because of all the junk? Anyway, it's since I was always sneaking in here, it became my hobby to fix the broken things. It's not like I get attached to them. I think it just annoys me not to use things that can still be used. And just like that, I was fixing up this stove all last night. I shake off the feeling of disappointment in myself. I gather up the parts of the stove and put them on the shelf full of things waiting to be fixed. There are no spaces on this shelf full of things awaiting repair. An old VCR awaits at the stove. I guess I'll ignore the fact that Fujine broke both of them. How do you break a VCR? I change into my uniform. This place is like my room, and it holds changes of clothes along with other things I need. It also has lots of blueprints and junk, the result of failures from when I do my training. There's also some kind of old design inscribed on the floor, like an altar or something. Foreshadowing. Clapping my hands in prayer to the shed, I head for the house. I emerge from the shed. The Emiya house is a Japanese-styled house on the outskirts of town. My father wasn't much of a respected person in town, but he somehow still had this huge house. That on its own is a mystery, but it also seems he didn't have any relatives in Japan. That's why the house became mine and no one else's when my father died. Though, to be honest, I don't have that kind of management ability. Old man Fujimura is in charge of complicated things like inheritance and property taxes. He's the big landlord in this neighborhood. According to father, the old man's like a Yakuza boss, exactly the kind of person you want handling your finances. Of course, this is just prejudice. He's not like a Yakuza boss. He is a Yakuza boss. Well, that's a problem in itself, but I prefer to ignore it. It's certainly true that he's energetic and scary, but he's actually not that bad a person. It really helps me as he pays a lot when I tune up the motorcycle he likes to ride. Anyway, that's why I'm the only one living in this big house. It's been 5 years since Father died, and the days have passed quickly. I sigh thinking about how much I've grown in those 5 years. I've trained every day to be like Kiritsugu, but it's not that easy in reality. It's natural because I had no talent to begin with, but what can be said about having no improvement at all in 5 years? To sum up the present in one sentence, my goal is so far away that I'm not even at the starting line yet. No, I guess it won't do any good to rush. For now, I have to do what I can. Well then, right now we have our first choice, guys. Oh my god. Okay, so as I said before, I will be outsourcing all. They're not even family. She is just a neighbor. She is just a neighbor. Okay, so just to make things clear for anyone who watches who isn't related to what we're doing right now, I will be outsourcing every single choice of every single novel we read, just for the sake of it. In this game, Fate Stay Night has a lot of choices. Every route has more choices than the last, and there are many, many bad endings. And a lot of them take a long time to actually get there. So at the start, and also there's choices that directly impact the ending that you get at the end of the reading experience. The Fate route has one ending. The Unlimited Blade Works route, which is the next one, has two, and Heaven's Feel technically has three, but it actually really only has two that you can get to in the first playthrough. So the choices that we make are not only going to determine whether we are going to have to restart from an earlier point, they're also going to determine how the story is going to end, whether it's going to end in the way that is actually what happened, the true ending, or in a good or weird ending in Heaven's Feel's case. So with that in mind, I am going to save. And what do we do? Oh my god. Just imagine. That is not an actual spoiler, guys. Chill. Not yet, at least. Yes. That is exactly what you would do. So are we going Sakura? Okay. We can do something different next time around when we get to the next route. You might as well, you know. No, I won't skip this scene. That's right. I have to go and help Sakura. I feel bad both for letting my junior do all the work and for Sakura coming here so early in the morning. Yes, slave labor is bad. But I'm too late. Of course not. It seems breakfast has already been made. Or is it? I can smell the elegant scent of breakfast befitting Sakura. That's a weird sentence. Sakura has finished cooking and is opening the cupboards. I can see that all she has left to do is set the table. Oh no. Hot takes. For me, waking up early is waking up before Sakura gets here. And sleeping in is making Sakura prepare breakfast on her own, like today. Though this has only been a habit for a year and a half or so. I stand next to Sakura and take out the dishes. Sakura is stubborn at times, and in situations like this, she won't rest unless she's forced to. Please forgive me if I make strange sounds. I'm still recovering from surgery. Man only want one thing, and it's disgusting. To be called a failure. Little does Shirou know, this is actually true. Sakura looks up at me naturally and calmly. That should be everyone's life goal. Speaking softly, Sakura reaches up for the cupboard. Her silky hair and smooth skin catch my eye. How can I put this? It's troubling. Pervert Shirou moment. She must be maturing, as she seems really feminine these days. Her casual movements and her figure are so beautiful that I instinctively look away. Honestly, why am I feeling tense around my friend's sister? After all, Sakura's not like that. She's a good underclassman and a junior I need to take care of. First of all, the relationship between me and Mato Sakura is just that of a senpai and a junior. She's the sister of a close friend of mine, but since she's a grade below me, we weren't that close. It all changed a year and a half ago into this cooperative kind of relationship. Sakura came to cook when I was injured, and after that I think we just ended up like this. I think we intended to do it until my injury healed, but some trivial thing came up and to make her stay with it. Anyway, Sakura is a good cook and perfect at cleaning and doing the laundry. It's a big help to have her helping around here in the mornings, but it's been a bit troubling recently. The problem is not in Sakura, but me. Frankly, Sakura is beautiful. She's one of the best-looking first years, and I'm sure there are lots of guys who want to date her. And on top of that, she's been growing in certain places recently, and some of her casual gestures have started to catch my eye. That's what I mean by a small problem. Maybe I'm just feeling guilty about being attracted to my friend's sister. Usually I'm fine, but when I'm caught off guard like just now, I blush. Does this make me an unsuitable senpai? It's just a small problem, you know. Their professional relationship is, yeah, it's just a small problem. I am not even gonna answer that. Breakfast is placed on the table. Hey man, they just have a professional relationship that's careening, you know. I mean, you know, we will reach some Nitro Plus. Well, it's pretty small. It's pretty small, guys. When we read Nitro Plus novels, you guys are gonna get a taste of big problems. Perfect breakfast consisting of chicken salad, cooked salmon, spinach, radish, and carrot miso soup, and yam soup. There's a lot of food porn in this novel. So if you're susceptible to that, that's your warning. Sakura and I... They did. It's the one... Yeah, go ahead. It's the canonical ending, yes. It's the best Fate spinoff. Outside of Strange Fake, possibly. It's very good. No, Carnival Phantasm doesn't count. It's pretty good. It's a good cooking show, at least. I mean, it's representative of what happens in the novel for like 60% of it. So, you know. Sakura and I bow and start our meal quietly. The sounds of our chopsticks echo. Sakura isn't the talkative type, and I'm not versatile enough to talk while eating. Naturally, meal times are quiet. Usually it's louder, but today the loud person is my favorite. She must have been watching spy movies last night, as she's eyeing us while hiding behind a newspaper. Hujine ignores Sakura's question. She's acting weird, but Hujine always acts in suspicious ways during breakfast. Sakura must be used to it as she continues to eat with no particular care. Sakura prefers to make Western foods. She learned to cook Japanese food after she started coming here to help. Hujine and I prefer Japanese, so Sakura learned to make Japanese food for our breakfast. He's a slave master and he's picky. Now she's so good that she's almost surpassed me, her teacher. The salmon is especially good as it's cooked to perfection. Her miso soup is tasty, and she has shown some capacity even for making yam soup by grinding yams. Actually, I think this is the first time she's made it. Hujine nods. Her newspaper trembles. I put the soy sauce onto the white yam soup. After stirring it, I put it on the rice and take a bite. The stickiness of the yam and the taste of the soy sauce. I almost throw it back up. I love to hear Taiga's voice. Husune throws her newspaper away. I love Taiga. The female spy throws up her arms to show her happiness. Hujine sits back down and finishes her breakfast quickly. And she runs off. There's something wrong with the world in which that thing is a teacher. Guys, if your teacher is like this, there's some serious trouble going on. I love how they talk about her like she's 10. And I was awarded a student honor written on a note paper, but I threw it away. Hujine is like a big sister for Sakura, so she's basically on Hujine's side. That's good in its own way, but I wish she'd consider my situation where I have to deal with Hujine 24/7. She was originally an acquaintance of Father's, and she's been coming to the house a lot since I was adopted. She started to show up even more after Father died, and she's now almost independent, eating breakfast and dinner here. No, maybe she's why I was able to make it on my own even after my father died. Hujine, Sakura, and I are now the residents of the Yemiya household. But I'm the only one who knows that my father was a Magus. It's said that magi must hide their identities. That's why I've been hiding the fact that I'm learning magic ever since I became my father's student. I say I'm learning, but I can't even cast a single magic spell properly. With this kind of a skill, it wouldn't make much difference whether I hide it or not, but because it was how my father wanted things, I've trained secretly since then. I finish breakfast and prepare for school. I clean the dishes with Sakura while listening to the news on television. Sakura is staring at the TV screen. Over the screen runs an exaggerated teletype, reading "Gas leak, accidents continue." It seems there was a big accident in the neighborhood town of Shinto. It happened in a building in the business district. It seems a whole floor of people ran out of oxygen and fell unconscious. They've called it a gas leak, but this kind of accident is happening often recently. And the keen among you will remember that that's the kind of thing that the boundary field is supposed to do at school. But it's not a risk I can completely ignore. Gas leaks can happen in any building, and on top of that, it hurts to think that hundreds of people are suffering. It's said that the accidents are happening often because of defective construction work during the rapid development of Shinto. Whether that's true or not, I certainly don't want any more victims. Sakura boasts with pride. Yeah, I've thought it so before, but Sakura's a bit off too. Just a little bit. She's a little strange. We lock the gate. Sakura and Hujine also have the keys to my house, and the rule is that the last person out locks up. We walk down the town together. Passing the long wall and going downhill, we reach the residential district. My house is on the top of the hill, far away from the center of town. Going down the hill takes us to the residential district, and beyond that, Fuyuki tour. We reach the crossroads at the center of this town. From here, there are many roads: a big bridge leading to the neighboring city, a hill road that leads to Ryudo Temple, the residential district on the other side of town, the shopping district Sakura and I always use, and the school we're headed to right now. We head for the school without stopping elsewhere. We don't talk much as we walk up the hill. Since it's still 7 o'clock, there aren't many others on the road. Other than us, all you can see are a few others heading to their morning practices. I part with Sakura at the school gate like usual. Sakura's in the archery club, so we have to part there in the mornings. But today, Sakura doesn't go. That's a great question. You have to wait for another 2 months to get an answer. Sakura bows. She's certain to be looking forward to that. Sakura runs off like she's ashamed of something. I wonder what that was all about. I wonder what that was all about. Jesus. I am not going to skip this either. My man. He must have been studying as Issei looks up from the paper he's reading. Issei, who is organizing the papers he was reading, is the big boss of this student council room. He's the guy trying his best to reform this lax student council, and he's been a friend of mine since first year. His full name is Ryudo Issei, like the temple. Despite his old-fashioned name, he has elegant features and he's really popular with the girls. And he's also the student council president, so you'd think he'd take to it like a duck to water, but he's just sipping tea like this, so he's not that firm. As you can see, Issei has a plain personality. It's easily misunderstood, but he doesn't involve himself in love affairs nor engage in normal student recreations. It's because he's the successor of the Ryudo Temple, up in the mountains. He's fine with that idea, so there's a good chance he'll shave his head when he graduates. Issei leaves the room quietly. It seems he assumes that I'm going to do something delicate. I place my hand on the old electric heater. Usually, even if you're used to fixing things, it's hard to figure out what's wrong with it just by looking at it. So the fact that I figured it out means what I'm doing is not ordinary. I block off my vision and look inside the heater with my sense of touch. In that moment, an image appears in my head. Good. I can fix this with the tools I have with me. If the pipe were broken, it couldn't be fixed by an amateur. If that had been the case, I would have had to strengthen it in a very unamateurish way. But in this case, just looking at it will suffice. That is the magic Emiyashiro learned from Kiritsugu. I take the cover off and start to work. I already know where it's broken, so the rest is easy. That's right, Emiyashiro has no talent for magic. Though it doesn't make up for it, I think I'm quite skilled at visualizing structures like I did just now. In fact, when I first figured out about a structure and reproduced it, my father looked surprised and said, "What a useless ability." I guess my strong point isn't a useful ability. According to my father, it's already a waste of effort to perceive the structure with my eyes, For a real Magus, there's no need to understand every corner of a structure like I just did. They say that the battle of the Magus comes in reading the center, the core of things instantaneously, and changing it faster than anything else. That's why reading the structure is a wasted effort, as even if you do understand the structure, all you can do is determine where magical energy could be more easily transmitted. So all in all, it turns out that my strong point is just in fixing things like this. I don't have to open them up to look for damage. If I can quickly search for broken parts and have the skills to repair them, most things can be fixed. Though that's only the case for simple things that can be fixed with amateur knowledge. I pack away the conducting wire that I used and go out into the hallway with screwdriver and wrench in hand. But in the hallway is someone else apart from Issei, a girl. Okay, I just checked on recording again. Everything is still fine. I'm a bit surprised. The person talking to Issei is Tosaka from Class 2A. She's a lady who lives in a big mansion on the top of the hill, a perfect honor student. Good-looking, smart, athletic, and faultless. She's intelligent, well-mannered, and modest about her looks. People say she's the ideal woman. I would agree with those people. So it hardly... Shut up. Okay, no flame words. Oh my god. We will get to it. We will get to it. Oh, well, she doesn't... Well, we'll get to that. Anyways. So it hardly needs to be said that the guys at my school treat her like an idol. Though in Tosaka's case, she's so perfect that she's considered unreachable. Fuck. Oh my god, wait, brain fart. Though in Tosaka's case, she's so perfect that she's considered unreachable. I know, right? It's commonly believed that only teachers and guys like Issei can even talk to her. Well, to be honest, I'm a guy too, so I'm one of Tosaka-rin's admirers. Tosaka looks at us as if she's in a bad mood. When isn't she? It seems to be true that she and Issei don't get along. Wow. Issei's an amazing man talking like that and ignoring Tosaka. One of the top 5 ways of dying is ignoring Tosaka. There's only about 30 minutes left until homeroom. I'll have to hurry if I'm going to fix it. I start for the AV room with Issei, but it's impolite to ignore her completely when we've met like this. So I turn back to Tosaka, who's standing in a daze. I make an honest comment, then follow Issei. Oh, one sec. Can you guys say something? Alright. Wait, there's something weird going on.
Why does it to be a harem game too? Why?
It's
Why?
not really a harem game. Don't worry about it.
And isn't
One-
like isn't like possible to him to get with like 3 different girls at least.
Well,
Yes.
he can romance the 3 of them. He can't do it at the
He
same
can start a
time.
harem.
He can't do it at the same time, and they're not all pining for him at the same time either.
Okay, fair enough.
They're their own thing. I think we
Fair
might
enough,
have. I think we might have audio issues at the end
Okay.
of this whole recording thing. I'm just putting that out there. At some point.
Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's recorded what I was saying. I don't know if it recorded what the computer was doing for some time. We'll get back to it when it comes to it, I suppose, but now it should be fixed. Can you say... There you go. Just to check the audio volume.
By the way, we didn't watch the open.
We did not. But I will append it.
The what?
I
The open.
I was afraid of showing it for copyright reasons, but I will send the opening video to group chat so everyone can give it a look.
I forgot to watch this.
Yeah, I'll send it.
Astolfo, why you do like Sakura?
I hate Sakura.
Because she's edgy and weird, but we'll get to that when it comes
Okay.
to it.
Calls you
Okay.
senpai.
He's edgy
That's
and weird.
reasonable.
I can talk with you about it later.
Very well. Indeed. Well, I'm glad we made it. Issei heads to his seat relieved. It's exactly 8 o'clock. The first homeroom bell has rung, so Fujine should be here in about 5 minutes. Audio's still recording? I hope. Yes. I should be. I'm a bit out of breath since we ran here from the AV room. Taking a deep breath, I head to my seat.
朝から騒がしいね、エミヤ。部活を辞めてから何をしてるかと思えば、竜道の太鼓持ち。僕には関係ないけどさ、うちの評判を落とすようなことはしないでよね。君、なんて
Fuck
いう
you,
か、節操ないからさ。
Oh, that guy.
Mapo Shinji, a friend of mine from middle school, is standing in front of my seat. As
We're
you can
friends
tell,
like that? Who needs an enemy?
I know, right? As you can tell from his last name, he's Sakura's brother, who's 1 year older than her.
I will drink some water. I don't want to see this.
That would be a horrible in-law. God damn.
As
Yeah,
you can
he-
tell by his name, he has problems.
Yes, everyone who's called Shinji needs therapy immediately. Or jail.
Yeah. Yeah.
シンジ。当然だろう。部外者に話してもしょうがないけど、目立ちたがり屋が一人減ったんで平和になったんだ。次の大会だっていいところまで行くさ。
You know, the fact Shinji's his best friend or something tells many, many things about Shirou.
そうか。
I'm
Mitsuzuri も
feeling sorry for him.
Best of the friends.
はあ。
Best of
何
friend.
見当違いな弓道部が記録を伸ば
I
してる
don't want another some thought. I forgot the order.
Man,
Sorry.
知ったような口を
you're
叩くと
going to
恥をか
be
くよ
excited when we get to Heaven's Field.
そうか。気を
He's
つけ
the
よう。
best.
The best friends are the rapists you can chat with.
Best friends. You're fucking shit. I see. I'll be careful. But I won't have any concerns with the archery club since I don't have any business there. I put my bag on the desk and pull out the chair.
何それ。僕の弓道部には興味がないってこと？
It's not yours, Shinji.
興味じゃなくてようだよ。部外者なんだからおいそれと道場に行くのは変だろう。けど何かあったら言ってくれ。手伝えることがあったら手伝う。弦張りとか弓の直し、真珠は苦手だったろ。そう、サンキュー。何か雑用があったら声をかけるよ。
That's the best kind of friend, the one that doesn't want you around unless it's for business.
Yeah.
そんなことはないだろうけどさ。ああ、それがいい。雑用を残しているようなやつは首相失格だからな。あんまり藤村先生を困らせるなよ。
Savage.
怒ると本気で怖いぞ。
計なお世話だ。ともかくお前はもう部外者なんだから道場に近づくなよ。
Shinji returns to his seat in his usual manner, like a fucking monkey. It seemed he seemed even more irritated than usual today.
ふざけたやつだ。自分からエミヤを追い出しておいてよくもあんな口が聞ける。
なんだ、伊勢、いたのか。
なんだとはなんだ。気を利かして聞き耳を立てていた友人に向かって。
なんで気を利かすのさ。俺、一斉に心配されるようなことをしてないぞ。
たわけ、心配もするわ。エミヤはカッとなりやすいからな。真珠に殴りかかれば皆は喝采を送るが、女どもからは非難の嵐だ。
Issei cares about
微妙な立場に置くのはよろしくない。
Issei cares about the real problems, guys.
そっか。
He cares about his friends.
言われてみればそうだ。
Saving Shirou from getting judged by women.
そんなことにはならないだろうけど、今の心配はありがたい。
分かればよろしい。だが意外だったぞ。エミヤは怒りやすいくせにマトウには寛大なんだな。
ああ、あれは真珠の味だからな。付き合いが長いと慣れてくる。
That's not a good thing, though.
そんなものか。
そんなものです。ほら、納得したら席に戻れよ。そろそろ藤村先生がすっ飛んでくるぞ。
あの方は飛んでくるというより浮いてくるという感じだから。
Homeroom bell rings. A homeroom teacher usually would come 5 minutes early, but our homeroom teacher isn't like that. For Class 2C, homeroom starts 1 minute after the bell rings, right when we hear. And Hujine runs into the classroom. Wham! Hujine falls over with a terrible sound. The classroom is filled with silence in contrast to the clamor from a second ago. A sudden change of atmosphere. Just as you'd expect from Hujine, her nickname of Human Jet Coaster isn't just for show. But that really was a bad hit. Hujine is still on the ground, having her head on the platform. You can't see her expression with her head facing the ground, so it gives you a bad mental image.
おい、前の席のやつ、先生起こしてやれよ。
やだよ。近づいた途端パクって食べられたら怖いもん。
ミミックじゃあるまいし、さすがに藤村でもそこまでやらねえだろ。
あんたね、そう言うんなら自分で起こしてあげなさいよ。
うわ、俺パス。こういうの苦手。
私だって苦手よ。だいたいなんで女の子にやらせるわけ？男子やりなさいよね、男子。
The front row is getting noisy. As we're in the middle rows, we can't tell what sort of state Hujine is in. We can't tell, so we all stand up to look.
ちょっと先生動いてないぞ。気絶してんじゃないのか?
Someone asks. If so, the problem would be how to get her to the nurse's office. Everyone here is a warrior who has been with Fujine for the past year. They probably want to get out of the habit of taking their teacher to the nurse's office.
藤村先生、大丈夫ですか?
A brave female student calls out to her. Hujine doesn't even twitch. A sense of worry runs through the room.
まずいって今の転び方。こう頭から直角に教団に突っ込んだじゃないか。あれで無傷だったら藤村無敵っぽいって。いっそのこと野球部にスカウトするのはどうだろう。やめろよな、そういう脅しは。タイガーが顧問になった日には俺たち甲子園行っちまうぞ。
藤村先生、藤村先生、ダメ。なんか反応ないよ。
おい、お前目の前なんだから起こしてやれよ。
Imagine if Taiga just died the first day of the game.
The first sacrifice.
Just because we chose.
Just because we chose to talk to Sakura.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she
That's
died.
true. That's true. That's
で
why.
も、だからってほっといたら後が怖いと思うし。
でも誰も近づきたくないと仕方 ねえな。こうなったらあれしかないか。せーの。
All our hearts become one. Well, not Shinji and I, because we're too scared.
せーの。
Even though everyone said it at the same time, it's only as loud as a whisper. The tiger part is especially quiet, but still, a twitch. The silent Hujine reacts.
お、動いた。効き目ありだぞみんな。よし、続けろ。学校ロートンの刑じゃ。
Everyone must be stressed from the impending exams. Even though they shouldn't, they repeat Hujine's nickname while waving their arms.
起きろタイガー。朝だぞ。
先生起きないとタイガーです。
負けるなタイガー。立ち上がれタイガー。よし起きろ先生。それでこそタイガーだぜ。
So now when he dies,
タイガーって言うな。
Holy shit. Oh, she has a lot of noble phantasms.
I know,
Yeah.
right? A roar of lightning. She stands bravely as if the fall has done nothing at all.
あれみんな何してるの？ダメよ、ホームルーム中に席を立っちゃう。ほらほら、始めるから座りなさい。
Hujine stands up before everyone in her usual manner. It seems all memories from the moment she entered the classroom have fled her head.
おい。タイガー覚えてないみたいだぞ。ラッキー。朝からついてるな、俺たち。いや、ついてるっていうのかな。
Everyone returns to their seats chatting.
今誰か先生のことバカにしなかった？
え、してないっすよ。気のせいじゃないっすか。
そっか、ならよし。じゃあ今朝のホームルームを始めるから、みんなおとなしく聞くように。
Hujine starts homeroom slowly. She chats in between the announcements so we don't get through it very fast.
そういうわけだから、みんなも下校時刻を守るように。門限は6時だから、部活の子たちも長居しちゃダメよ。
6時って言ったらすぐじゃんか。タイガ先生、それって運動系は免除されないの？
されません。それと後藤君、先生のことは藤村先生って言わなくちゃダメなんだから、次に名前で呼んだら怒るからね。
はーい、以後注意します。
Goto-kun sits down again, not showing any signs of listening to her. How stupid of him. Hujine gets mad when she says she will. It makes no difference that he's a student and she's a teacher. He doesn't realize that she just gave him a final warning.
それじゃあ今日のホームルームはここまで。みんな3次元目の英語で会おうね。
Hujine leaves, waving her hand. She's the teacher responsible for Class 2C, Hujimura Taiga. Her nickname is Tiger. You might doubt it, but it really is her nickname. People like calling her so since she has a nickname like Taiga. But Fujine herself hates the nickname. According to her, it's unfeminine. But she's that kind of person, so I think it's her own fault she has an unfeminine nickname.
授業を始める。日直礼を。
Seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, he's a looks awesome. The teacher
Hey,
for the
Mama.
what?
In my mind, he's like the perfect man.
Yeah, he's amazing. Look at his face. He seems so friendly.
Yeah, yeah.
Those thick arms.
Thick arms, long as fuck, longer than his hips. The teacher for the first period enters as Hujine exits. It's like this every morning, and Hujine continues homeroom until the very last minute.
oh boy.
It'd be funny if the game crashed there. And the classes end like every other day. There are many kinds of students, ones that go to clubs, ones that hurry home, and ones that stay in the classroom for no reason. It looks like I won't be in any of those categories.
すまない。ちょっといいかエミヤ。今朝の続きなんだが、今日は時間あるか。
いや、予定はあるといえばあるけど。
It's not like I'm just playing around. After all, the main reason I quit the archery club is because I wanted to prioritize work. It's already been 5 years since father died, and I decided to start working to pay my living expenses. If you work a lot, there are some jobs you just can't refuse. Today's an example. They're restocking inventory at work, and they ask me to come if I can help, as any help is appreciated. But it's certainly not something I have to go to. They're probably just having people come in because they want to party after work. There are two options. And what do we do? We'll see.
Okay, we are already dead, so go and help out the student council.
Let's
I
help
guess.
out Sosaka.
So we have 2 votes for help out the
It
student
doesn't
council.
seem a bad guy.
One moment.
You guys chose Sakura.
Go to help.
Okay, so
Help
we
the
got
student council.
3 out of 4 to help the student council rather than going to work.
Yeah, that's not bad.
It's something I've started. I should finish the job I began this morning.
予定変更。朝の続きだろ。任せろ。試験が始まる前に備品の修理なんて済ませちまおうぜ。
助かる。それでは美術部の患者を見に行くとするか。
It's funny,
人払いはちゃんとしてくれよ。人目があると集中できない。
before we move on, we will go through basically the same thing with some skips when we get to Bladeworks. And the funny thing about that is in the Bladeworks anime, he goes to work. So if we do the other way around, then it's gonna fit really weirdly well with the adaptation. That's just cute. That's just some bit of trivia.
Okay.
他の連中に邪魔はさせる。
Issei quickly walks to the hallway and I follow him out of the classroom in a hurry. The sun has already set when we leave the school building. School gates are already closed. It's 7 o'clock and way past curfew, but thanks to Issei, we're not in trouble. Bro, he gets to go on a date with best boy.
今日は助かった。必ずこの礼はするから。何かあったら遠慮なく言ってくれ。
そうだな。なんかあったら言うよ。まあ、とりわけ何もないとは思うけど。
I didn't help him to get something in return, so there's nothing I want from Issei.
まったく。人が良いのも考えものだな。エミヤがいてくれると助かるが、他の連中にいいように使われるのは我慢ならん。人助けはいいことだが、もう少し相手を選ぶべきではないか。
そんなに節操ないか、俺。
これでは心ないバカどもがいいように利用しようというものだわ。エミヤも忙しい身なのだから、たまには他人の頼みなど断ってもよかろう。
I can't really tell, but it seems like Issei's worried about me. I've been called helpful. No, yeah, go ahead.
I forgot the word in English.
I mean, Shirou, it looks like he doesn't know what good friends are.
He's too kind, I guess.
It's
I mean, Shiro's friends with Shinji, so that says loads about his ability to judge character.
Fair enough.
Yo.
I've been called helpful since I was in middle school, as I don't turn down requests for help and don't ask for anything in return. I guess Issei thinks that's dangerous, but I'm doing it because I want to, and it's not a problem as I decline things that I think are beyond me.
それは一斉がするような心配じゃない。自分のことは自分が一番分かってるさ。それに人助けは善行だろ。寺の息子が咎めるようなことじゃあるまい。
しかしな、エミヤのは度が過ぎるというか、このまま行くと潰れるというか。
What? That would never happen.
忠告は受け取っとく。それじゃあまた明日、学校でな。
それではまた明日。
Issei leaves, looking discontented. Issei's house at Yudo Temple is up in the mountains, So naturally our routes go home. So naturally our routes home go in different directions. A white. You guys can't see it.
Yeah.
But you get a prompt every time you get to one of these skip scenes. And the prompt that I'm getting is first day, returning home at night, in parentheses, a white girl.
Hey, what?
Oh my
Girl,
God.
let's go.
That's rare.
Oh, it's a
And white
it's the
girl.
Kenny.
Hello,
Kenny.
Shut up! I walk through the
How long-
moonlit town.
Oh!
Oh my god. The lolicon powers are
Going
exploding.
nuts.
Walking up the road, I notice that there aren't any people around. The time is around 7:30. There should be people around at this time, but there's no sign of anyone.
そういえば確か
There was some crime here in Miyama City a few days ago. A burglar murdered someone, I think. That must be why there's no one around and why the school curfew became 6 o'clock.
ガス漏れに強盗か物騒なことになってきたな
Yeah, no kidding. No wonder there are fewer people walking around at night. It's getting too dangerous to let Sakura go home on her own. Sakura's house is in the residential area of the other side of town. Starting tonight, I should walk her home. For a moment, I can't believe my eyes. There's someone on the road which I thought was empty. The person is standing above me as if looking down at me. Without realizing it, I hold my breath. The silver-haired girl smiles and descends the hill without a sound. As she passes,
早く呼び出さないと死んじゃうよお兄ちゃん
Oh!
What the heck?
says something strange.
Another one with Oni-chan.
None
What
of
the heck
it's
is going on?
I go up the hill and reach
We
my
don't care
house.
that. We don't care that she said you will die. We care that she said Oni-chan.
That's the
I
mark
don't
of
care
true
if I
anime
die
fans.
if
It
it's
just
Kenny.
makes no sense, but okay, I guess.
I go up to the hill and reach my house. As
That's
the
not a
lights are on.
strange taste in you.
What? What?
Oh no, I was just criticizing them.
Ah, I see. As the lights are on, Sakura and Hujine must be home already. I smell dinner the moment I enter the living room. At the table are Sakura and Fujine in the middle of dinner. I swear I can speak English, guys. It seems the main dish tonight is chicken and cream, and Hujine, who loves white sauce, is in a good mood.
おかえりなさい先輩お先に失礼していますね
Shut the fuck up, motorcycle. Jesus fuck.
ただいま
Oh, I thought you were
遅くなってごめん
speaking
な
Sakura.
もうちょっと早く帰ってくればよかったんだけど
There's an asshole speeding in front of my house.
いいです
Sakura?
ちゃんと間に合いましたからちょっと待っててくださいねすぐ用意しますから
うん頼む手を洗ってくるから人のおかずを食べないように藤根を見張っといてくれ
Wait a minute. Why is Sakura in his house why isn't she with with her brother in
It's complicated.
It's complicated,
It's
but
complicated.
she's a
We will get to it
she's a best
eventually.
girl.
But let's
Fuck the rest.
just say something happened a year and a half ago, and Sakura just kind of spends
It's
most
an
of her day.
year and a half.
Yes,
Okay.
and she just kind of
Basically-
she spends a bunch of time in Emiya's house. She doesn't want to go back.
She's
Yeah.
his lady.
She's basically
this-
she's basically
Will
her.
this be explained in this route
He's-
or in
No,
like
this
3
will
rounds
be-
from now a few
this will be-
months later when we
Yes, this will be explained in Heaven's Field. This will be explored
Oh,
very.
damn.
Well, technically, it's gonna
that-
be.
A
Yeah.
month later.
There's
Oh no.
there's tips about what's going on sprinkled throughout this one and the next one, but it's the last one that goes into real detail, and it's not pretty.
Boomer, what do you think about Sakura?
She's probably not as curvy as he talks because Japanese.
Yes.
Well, of course, Ryder is the curvy one. I return to my room. It's a fairly empty room compared to the shed, but since I don't have any hobbies, I think it's quite decorated. Yes, this empty room with one table and a pillow is very decorated.
Yeah.
Most of them are random things Fujine has left here, though. I wash my hands, change, and return to the living room to find my dinner ready.
いただきます。
はいお口に合えばいいんですけど
Sakura is terribly modest. Her cooking skills have vastly improved in the past year. She has me completely beaten at Western-styled foods, and I can barely beat her at Japanese food. Neither of us have touched Chinese, for a good reason. I'm pleased my pupil is getting better, but it's kind of depressing when the teacher is
Chinese
defeated.
alright. Racism.
I mean, if they touched Chinese food, you know, that's how COVID got started.
She doesn't like eating rats and insects, man. Like, yeah,
Imagine, just imagine, it's the expansion, it's the fan disc, Fate Corona Nights.
But
But
oh
remember,
my
like,
god.
there is a yakisoba. Yakisoba is Chinese, right?
No, it's
No,
not.
yakisoba is
It's
Japanese.
Japanese.
Oh, damn, I
Yakisoba
I remember
means,
there's a Chinese like
It's because
spaghetti
of
of
China,
some sort.
China box. It's because of China box.
I mean, yeah,
That's
here in the West, a lot of...
A Chinese meal with like a bunch of pasta, a bunch of vegetables, like
Yeah, basically, but
Yeah, here in the West, a lot of East Asian food just kind of gets piled into Chinese food. It's not great, but, you know, it's what we got.
I remember there's a Chinese food that are really good, but okay.
Yeah, East Asian food is
Moving
pretty
on.
good. Anyways,
Yeah, fair enough.
it's as good as I expected. Chicken becomes harder the longer you cook it, so it's juicier and tastier if you roast it before cooking it, even though it's tedious. That's done perfectly here. It's a master's skill forever beyond the clumsy Fujine.
どうでしょうか先輩その今日のはうまくいったと思うんですけど
文句なし。ホワイトソースも絶妙だ。もう洋物じゃさくらにはかなわないな。
さくらちゃんがご飯作ってくれるようになってからお肉関係が美味しくなった
With that, Fujine, who had been preoccupied with her food, lifts up her head.
あ、ダメよシロ学生がこんな洋服に帰ってきちゃいけないんだから
Ah, it seems she's in a bad mood now that she's seen my face, even though she was happy because of dinner.
もうまた誰かの手伝いをしてたんでしょうそれはそれでいいことだけどこんな時ぐらいは早く帰ってきなさい最近物騒だぞってホームルームで言ったじゃないあれシロに倒して言ったんだからね
You know, if I saw Shiro's face, I would have a pretty bad mood myself, in any situation.
わざわざホームルームで言わなくてもうちで言えばいいんじゃないの？
ここで言っても聞かないもの学校でガツンと言った方がシロには効果的なんだもん先生それは職権乱用というか公私混同だと思いますそれぐらいしないとシロはダメなのよいつも人の手伝いばっかりして損してるからさたまにはまっすぐ帰ってきてのんびりしててもいいじゃないバカチン
バカチンとはなんだよバカチンとはいいじゃないか誰かの手伝いをしてそれでその人が助かるんなら損なんかしてないぞ
はあキリツグさんに似たのかなシロがそんなんじゃお姉ちゃん心配だよ
I don't exactly know how she's worried, as she's energetically munching down her dinner.
藤村先生今の話からすると先輩って昔からそうなんですか昔からそうなのなんか困ってる人がいたら自分から手を出しちゃうタイプけどおせっかいってわけじゃなくてシロはね単におませさんなのだ
Fujine laughs dangerously.
藤ね余計なこと言ったら怒るぞもうさくらもつまんないこと聞くなよな
I glare at them. Fujine clicks her tongue and backs down,
藤
but
村先生お話を続けてください
shit. Sakura is taking the lesson seriously.
じゃあ話しちゃおう これがね、シロは困った人を放っておけない性格なのよ。弱きを助け強きをくじくってやつ。子供の頃の作文なんてね、僕の夢は正義の味方になることですだったんだから。
She's talking about things from so long ago. But it's all true, so I don't interrupt. Anyway, becoming a superhero is a goal I must not stray from even now.
わあ、すごい言葉だったんですね、先輩。すごかったよ。年上の男の子にいじめられてる女の子がいたら助けに入ってくれたし、桐次さんが武将だったから家事だって一生懸命こなしてたし。
Kiritsugu was a very responsible parent.
ああ、あの頃は可愛くて純真だったのに。
Oh shit.
どうしてこんなひねくれた子になっちゃったんだろうな。
Man, you're one to say.
His goddamn video game.
ダメな大人を見てると子供はいろいろ考えるんだよ。悔しかったらちゃんと自分で飯作ってみろ。
Hujine crumbles. I thought she might drop her head and repent, but
お姉ちゃんは悲しいよ。さくらちゃん、おかわり。
she's a fucking genius.
Okay.
Hujine asks for her third bowl.
It's like beer. Hey, can I have another one, please?
Very well, we will not skip this either. No white girl this time. Relaxing after dinner, it's almost 9 o'clock.
さて、何をしたもんか。
Masturbate. There is some time before my evening training. I should... We have 3 now.
Take Sakura home, obviously.
Sakura home.
We are
Never.
still dead, right?
Sakura home. Play with
Take her home.
Sakura home.
Take her home.
Sakura home.
That's how
This
we
is
die,
not
right?
their room. Okay.
I'll play with Fujine. What
Yeah,
game
good
will we play with
sentence.
Fujine?
Get her home.
She's like a sister.
How?
I will
How
take
will we play
Sakura
with
home.
Fujine?
Fujine's family.
It's about
I just want to go play.
Sakura is family too.
And then just
Is
like
part
let's
of the
play with
family.
our
No,
laptop.
She is.
the slave.
She.
Actually, let me save
Fujine
yours.
is family, and there is nothing stronger than family.
There is no...
Let's take Sakura home. Let's
Thanks.
die already.
Thanks.
Y'all are boring.
Thanks.
You don't want to play with the cool kids.
Hell yeah!
I haven't thanked Sakura for dinner yet, so I'll go and talk to her.
そうだな。夜も遅いし、家まで送って行ってやらないと。
And then he gets run over by a car. Sakura is in the living room getting ready to go home, having finished the cleaning.
あれ、先輩、お風呂に入ってたんじゃないんですか？
いや、風呂は後回し。さくらを送ってから入る。
送るって私をですか？
なあ、最近物騒だから家まで送る。さくらんち結構遠いだろ。わざわざ来てもらってるんだから、それぐらいはさせて
And
くれ。
then we'll both die.
Sakura falls into an awkward silence. Yes, this is the first bad ending. Both of them get run over by a car. Did I say something bad?
They got a
And they both
psychiatrist.
get isekai.
Wait, really?
No,
That's
not
exactly
really.
what I said. I said,
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome.
Trust me, there's worse bad endings than this. They're very difficult to find out sometimes.
I mean, killing Sakura isn't actually everything, you know?
That's true. I believe there is a bad ending in
You're
like
not-
day 2 of UBW. If you make a bad choice, you lose.
いや、それはそうだろうけど、
Big yikes.
最近物騒だろ。しばらくは家まで送っていくよ。
兄さんに見つかると
This is one of those
先
hints
輩に
I
ま
was
で
talking
迷
about.
惑がかかります。
Yeah, that's true.
That's right. Sakura's brother Shinji doesn't approve of Sakura coming to my place. He can't object too strongly because she says she's going to Fujine's house, but it could be a problem if I take her home. I don't get I don't care about getting falsely accused myself, but it's not good if Shinji takes it out on Sakura.
けど途中までならいいだろう。交差点あたりまでならシンジと会うこともないし。
Sakura is silent. Considering Sakura, she must not be able to lie to Shinji if I take her home even part of the way.
それじゃあ
私が送っていこっか。
A tiger-striped English teacher appears.
ダメだよ。そんなの本末転倒じゃないか。女の子が夜で歩くから危ないっていうのに。
No. It's a mistake to call Fujine a girl. For starters, she doesn't have the archery club for nothing. Her 5th dan kendo skills are dangerous in many ways.
藤根なら大丈夫か。痴漢が出ても撃退できるだろうし。
Yes, she will molest him, in fact.
できるよ。
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
だからさくらちゃんを送っていくのも問題なし。それでいい？さくらちゃん。
Dude, it would be so funny if the game that she would just play with him, like, it would be like, hey, let's play Russian roulette, you simp.
She kind of does that every time you die. We'll get to it, though.
Okay.
それじゃあ行こっか。私も今日はそろそろ帰ろうかなって思ってたんだ。
Fujine starts to walk off, taking Sakura's hand.
ちょっと待った、さくら。
Bro, I want to hold her hands too.
晩飯うまかったよ。
You horny fuck.
いつもありがとうな。
I know I'm jumping a lot of steps, but can I?
ご迷惑でなかったら
You need,
次も頑張りますね。先輩。
you need at least 3 seasons before you hold hands, bro.
I
Yeah,
am
that's
very
true.
lonely. I
Damn,
need
we
with
took
contact.
around that we go home with Sakura, and we didn't go home with Sakura.
Indeed.
We've been lied to.
No,
I want my money back.
Me too, I want to.
we'll do
Let's take it.
Fujine.
I want to play
deserve
Russian roulette with
You
the tiger.
deserve
Come
this.
on.
We deserve to walk with Sakura.
We'll do Fujine in a UBW a month from now or something. Saying so with a big smile, Sakura leaves the living room. I know I'm blushing. It's troublesome as Sakura surprises me a lot these days. Time flies. She was just a junior before. Now, she's a female junior to me.
Grew up in China. Wow.
My man got to the 2nd year of high school and he grew a penis.
Yeah.
Not a big one, but a penis.
But a penis.
It's
Yeah.
literally is Zevlen.
Actually, it's
I mean, the piece needed to come out of somewhere. Like it was stored in the middle of him and need to go out. So yeah, the penis.
That's a penis.
from
Man.
what I saw, his size is pretty.
No, he isn't. Come on, you gotta.
I mean, yeah, man.
Let's be honest.
I'm
That's-
sad for a penis too, man.
that's
It's peaceful
MES.
too.
Maybe a phrase.
How
Same
pitiful
things.
of me.
Pretty.
Sakura's like family to me, so I can't accept this change. And we all know that family is the most important thing.
Way home,
There's no
home,
fixed
home.
anymore.
Family
Sakura.
strong.
It would be wild if they put Dom in this game.
Oh, it would be
He won't love it.
the
So
fourth
the
round.
taste.
Dom in
fourth
Heaven's Feel would be fascinating. And so the day ends. Just before midnight, Emiya Shirou must carry out his daily routine of using magic.
Magic.
Not magecraft. Magic.
Yes, guys.
I'm
Yes.
just imagining. I'm just thinking of him doing that SpongeBob thing of magic.
Mate.
And then he goes, okay, now quits. Let's go home. No,
do,
let's go to bed.
do you anime people ever get confused about how they use magic? Because I'm used to magecraft here and magic for sorcery. I just get like wildly confused whenever he says it. I stretch
probably
out
not.
and adjust my.
I don't get confused, okay, but okay.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's just me. I stretch out and adjust my breathing. I try to empty my mind, ignore
Wait
everything
a
around
minute.
me.
Wait a minute. That's magic or Hamon? I don't get it.
What?
There's
Go read
Bruh.
part 1 of JoJo, you.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This is like, you know, there's 2 levels of magic in the Fate world. This is like Haman to true magic's stands. You could put it like that. I ignore
Okay.
everything around me and pay attention only to what is inside me. If you need a refresher, I think the first part of the prologue is where Bean talks about it in detail.
Torres.
As
Oh
if to
shit, he
hypnotize
said,
myself,
Holy shit.
I remember the spell I'm long
said it.
accustomed to. No, I really am hypnotizing myself. As I have no magic crest and no knowledge of magic, a spell is only a change to myself. Normally, there are no lines in a human body to allow the passage of magical energy. Of course, he's wrong about this. To artificially change my body to create such a line, I need enough concentration to unify my whole body and every nerve within it. Magic is a battle with yourself. For instance, at this very moment, I am inserting a burning steel rod into my backbone. This metal rod is the only magic circuit I can prepare for myself. When I insert it this deep into my body and connect it to the other nerves, I can finally become a Magus. This is not a metaphor. In reality, something like a burning tongue which cannot be seen or felt is being inserted into my backbone.
僕は魔法使いなんだ。
Emiya Kiritsugu, the man who said so, was really a Magus. A living Magus who performed many marvels and had touched the very structure of the world. As a young child, I admired him and asked him to teach me magic. You cannot become a Magus just through effort. It requires born talent and appropriate knowledge. And of course, I have no talent, and Kiritsugu taught me nothing of magic. He said something about me having no need of such knowledge. I still don't know what he meant by that. But still, it didn't matter to me back then. I thought that if I could use magic, I could be like him. But I was not born with talent, no strength of magic circuit, no accumulated works of magic handed down for generations. The work of magic Kiritsugu possessed, the magic crest passed down the Issei family, can only be passed onto a blood relation. A magic crest forces a rejection on those with no blood relation. So as an adopted son, I could not receive the Issei family's magic crest. Well, anyways. As I don't even know what a magic crest is, it doesn't matter if I have one or not. So now all it comes down to is training what I can do. If I want to be a Magus, I have to learn magic fit to my nature. To be blunt, magic is a way to release one's magical energy. You could say that magical energy is my life force. It is divided into 2 forms, a large source, or greater source, mana, floating around the world, and a small source, odd, created within oneself. It goes without saying that the larger source is superior to the smaller one. The power of mana is on a completely different level from odd. Whatever the form of the magic, a spell using the large source far exceeds one using only one's own power. That is why superior magi excel at drawing magical energy from the world. It's like a filter. A Magus turns his body into a filter, sucks up the mana from the world around him, and changes it into something he can use. This filter is what we call a magic circuit. This is the talent one is born with, and the number of the magic circuits within you is determined the moment you are born. Normally, human beings do not have many magic circuits. To begin with, there are always very few. That is why magi pile them up generation after generation, making their children more suitable to magic. I hear some families go too far and increase the number of magic circuits by selective breeding. Well, since I was raised in a normal family, I don't have many magic circuits. So that leaves only one method open to me. According to Kiritsugu, every person has at least one form of magic they are fit for. He said something about drawing out magical energy appropriate for their origin, but I didn't really understand. All I know for sure is that even I have some magic I can use, and if I train magic, I may be able to become like Kiritsugu. That is why I learned only that magic. That was 8 years ago. After a lot of thought, Kiritsugu finally accepted me as his student.
いいかいシロー、魔術を習うということは常識からかけ離れるということだ。
You die when you are killed.
僕たちの本質は生ではなく死だからね。魔術とは自らを滅ぼす道に他ならない。
I guess I had no fear as a child. Kiritsugu smiled bitterly, putting his hand on the nodding Emiya Shiro.
君に教えるのはそういった争いを呼ぶ類のものだ。だから人前で使ってはいけないし、難しいものだから鍛錬を怠ってもいけない。でもまあそれは破ったって構わない。一番大事なことはね、魔術は自分のためじゃなくて他人のためだけに使うということだ。
I guess Kiritsugu didn't want me to become a Magus. I don't care about that. I don't admire Magus, I admire Kiritsugu. If I can become like Kiritsugu and be there for someone like that on that red day, that will be... I'm thinking needlessly. I feel the iron rod on in my backbone slide into place. If I lose control of my breathing now, it could be a fatal mistake. The artificial magic circuit will eat away my body and destroy it. If that happens, I'll die. I would be an amateur failing such an elementary step. I grind my teeth and resume the connection. After a battle like walking on needles, the iron rod finally arrives deep within me and fuses with my body. This process took me about an hour. After that much time, I'm finally able to make one artificial circuit. One circuit that produces magical energy. After that, it becomes a process of naturally flowing magical energy. Emiya Shiro is no Magus. He is only a magic user who can create magical energy within his body and channel it into objects. So there's only one magic possible, which is strengthening objects. It is a magic of strengthening that reinforces the object's abilities by understanding the object's structure and channeling magical energy into it. It's also called a reinforcement in every other piece of Fate media, so I might call it that. Before me is a metal pipe. I will channel magical energy into it, perform the simplest magic, and reinforce its durability. Basically, channeling your magical energy into something other than yourself is like pouring poison into that object. It's just as the blood of Emiya Shiro is not the blood of the metal pipe. Pumping different blood only accelerates its breakdown, it's certainly one strengthening. To prevent that, and to turn the poison into a tonic, one must completely understand the structure of the target and channel the magical energy into small open spaces. It must be easy for a skilled Magus, but for me, who cannot even create sufficient magical energy, it's as hard as hitting a target hundreds of meters away. The usual target in archery is 28 meters away. How much harder is it at many times that distance goes without saying. The heat in my body quickly escapes. The burning pillar in my backbone disappears, and the lungs stretched to the limit demand air. I arc my back to hold off the daze almost making me pass out. There's no change in the metal pipe. It seems that the magical energy I poured into it has evaporated into the air. The thing I'm attempting is like adding something to an already complete work of art. Adding to a complete object risks making it less perfect. Adding unnecessary things will actually decrease the value. That is why the magic of strengthening is simple yet difficult, and only a few magi use it willingly. It's not like I use it willingly either, but it can't be helped that this is the only thing I'm good at. It would be much easier if I could just form something out of clay and use it instead, but a substitute in appearance does not have the internal structure to match. The junk around here is a good example. When I fail with strengthening magic, I make some substitute objects to practice and to calm down, but they all end up with nothing inside. I can visualize something structured easily, so I can make the outside look like the original, but it's empty inside, and of course, it doesn't do anything. So here Shirou is talking about some other kind of magic that he can do, which is called projection. He doesn't take it very far, though. just making these
Does-
hollow objects.
Doesn't seem very useful.
It really isn't. I wiped the sweat
Unless
off my
you're
brow.
a blacksmith.
I know, right? Now that I think about it, I realize my whole body is sweating like I've been drenched with a bucket of water. But I'm lucky it just ended like this. That was really bad. If I'd taken a second longer to recover myself, I would probably have destroyed most of my body.
死にかけた分上達するならまだ見込みがあるんだけどな。
It's not even that easy. But it's true that you won't improve your magic if you're scared of death. As long as you study magic, death is always right beside you. Even a simple magic repeated every day can go off with a simple mistake.
一番初めの覚悟
That was a mistake,
死を
sorry.
容認することで
Taking the caster's life. Kiritsugu said so sadly. Maybe he meant that he didn't want me to take such a step.
誰かを助けるということは誰かを助けないということ。
Kiritsugu said that to me when I told him I wanted to be just like him. I still don't know what he meant. But Emiya Shirou has to become a superhero who goes around saving people just like Emiya Kiritsugu.
その割にこんな処方がうまくいかないんだもんな。なんでいざって時に雑念が入るんだ。バカ。
It's not enough to understand the structure of an object with mere vision. A skilled Magus only detects what's important and channels magical energy without waste. My dream is to become a superhero. I remember what Fujine said during dinner. I don't think it's embarrassing nor impossible. It's already determined. Emiya Shirou will succeed Emiya Kiritsugu. That's why even though I'm inexperienced, I've done everything I can. I don't know what kind of a person a superhero should be, so I can only approach it by helping others within the limits of my abilities. I've aimed straight for that goal for the past 5 years, but when things just go wrong like this, I have doubts.
点でわからないよ、親父。一体さ、何をすれば正義の味方になれるんだ。
I look up at the sky through the window. It's not like I can just randomly do good deeds. I think being a superhero is different from just helping others. I know that, but the question is, how can I become one? The difference between the two is the thing I've failed to understand for the past 5 years. And now you have 3 books to think about it.
Hell yeah. And a bunch of different girls. Like, come on.
February the 1st. 2. One day the 2nd. My awakening is dark. Perhaps I just don't dream much, but unless something really special happens, I always seem to have the same dream. What I imagine are swords. He's a cultured man. I don't know why it is, but this is the only thing that comes into my mind. There's no meaning or reason to it. It may just be one of the aspects making up Emiya Shirou.
I mean, is the bone of his word.
There are no dreams to dream. The only things I recall from sleep are things I was taught a long time ago. For example, about Magi. Even if I'm an amateur, if I'm a Magus, it's only natural for me to understand the kind of world I live in. Frankly speaking, a Magus is an exception who deviates from modern society. But even exceptions must band together to survive. Father told me that the group of Magi is called Magic Association, or Magus Association. He also said that I shouldn't associate with them. The Magic Association hides magic and organizes Magi. They basically keep watch to see that Magi do not affect society with magic, but the strange part is that they do not prohibit misuse of magic. According to Kiritsugu, the Magic Association is only interested in the concealment of magic. Even if a Magus carries out his research at the expense of the lives of many ordinary people, the Magic Association will not punish him. Just like that time, that island in the Philippines. Their priority is that magic should not become public, so they do not ban magic. So they're crazy people who think you can do anything as long as you don't get caught. Anyway, the surveillance of the Magic Association is thorough. Most magical research would cost the lives of ordinary people, and as a result, the existence of magic would become public. So the association does not allow research that would harm society. So Magi stay at home and research quietly while the normal world carries on unmolested. Hence, Magi only try to hide themselves to escape the association. So perhaps I just don't know it, and a Magus lives in this town. I hear Fuyuki City is a spiritually excellent area. Such an area always has a distinguished Magus with a history. They are called the second owner, an elite, and the association entrusts the area to him. And we know from the prologue that is currently Tosaka.
Yeah? Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
The Tosaka family has owned Fuyuki, as it were, for a while, and now Rin is the head of the family. So that's that.
Oh.
Magi who would live in the area must visit them and obtain their permission to construct a workshop. Looking at it like that, we're thieves living here without the permission of the landlord. Father was an outlaw who cut his ties with the association and moved here without the consent of the administrator of Fuyuki. The owner doesn't know that Emiya Kiritsugu is a Magus, and Kiritsugu doesn't know who the owner was. With reasoning like that, I think our position is ambiguous. Father, the real Magus, has passed away, and I, his son and pupil, don't know the magic association and have not the skill to become a Magus. From the association's point of view, they would want to catch an amateur like me doing things, but I've seen no movement yet. No, I've heard that Japan is relatively hidden from the eyes of the association, so I think I've just not been found out. But that doesn't mean I can let my guard down. People say that the eyes of the association are everywhere. On top of that, if you commit a crime with magic, the heretic hunters of the church will come after you. That just means that whatever you use magic for, lack of care will create enemies. I, Emiya Shirou, just have to study independently, taking that into account. I wake up to see the sun shining in through the window. The sun may have just risen, as it's still a bit dark outside. I got up trying to not be defeated by the morning chill and quickly fold up my futon. It's 5:30. One of my strengths is waking up at this time, no matter how late I go to sleep. I do sometimes make mistakes and wake up late like yesterday, but I usually wake up early. Since I let Sakura do all the work yesterday, I have to return the favor this morning. I should finish preparing before Sakura arrives. I cook rice and make some miso soup. It was radish and carrot yesterday, so I make onion and potato miso soup today. I also make the usual broth, egg, and broth boil, and I'm done. I cut the salt in the sori and stop just before cooking it. The sori? It's almost 6 o'clock. I finished earlier than expected, so I have some extra time. So what should I do? The morning exercises are my daily routine, so I'll go and stretch out my body a bit. The empty dojo is quiet enough to brace myself. In the morning, when the sun has just risen, the silence has a holy feel to it that fascinates those who come here. There's only one thing to do now that I'm here. Since Kiritsugu died, this place has become a gym to train my body. Even a Magus cannot neglect to train their body. One of the requirements for a Magus is to have excellent physical abilities. While Kiritsugu was alive, we had many matches here. Well, it was pretty much him beating on me, so I didn't learn anything about how to win in a fight. But I think I learned the difference between a fight and a battle. In other words, I was taught the difference between killing your opponent and beating him. Knowledge and experience are different. Unless I know in advance, it's hard to tell whether I'm involved in a fight or a murder. It's a simple story. As long as you learn magic, you might destroy yourself, and times will come when you have to fight. For a Magus, that's wrong, that's a typo. For a Magus, a fight means killing each other. So I think what Kiritsugu wanted to teach me was to prepare my mind for the prospect of death. But it's been a while since my teacher passed away. On my own, all I can do are simple exercises that anyone could do. After warming up by stretching, I start my exercises, keeping my attention inside my body. One punch Shirou. I comprehend the flow of the magic circuit, the friction in my bones, the distortion in my thinking during fatigue, all while I'm training. Even a simple push-up can be training for the magic circuit if I put on mental shackles instead of metal weights. As I don't have a teacher, exercise like that of club's morning practice is an important part of training.
Oh no, not you again.
What is this the problem?
Sakura is cheerful, and behind that admirable junior.
That's true.
Hojine moves slowly to the table. First, I have to cook the fish I've prepared. Sakura takes out a dish from the back. I think I saw a faint bruise on her wrist when she leaned forward. She looks away awkwardly, and that tells me who caused that bruise. Sakura falls silent. She looks calm, but she's pretty obstinate. It's useless to say anything to her now. I believe that should illustrate one of the reasons she's here.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the mention of Shinji's name, Sakura looks away awkwardly. In other words, he is the cause of that bruise. Mato Shinji has a bad habit of being hard on his sister, Sakura. I first noticed it about a year ago. Sakura was injured sometimes, and she just evaded my question when I asked about it. When I asked Shinji about it, of all things, he said he was the one who hit Sakura. When I asked him why he hit her, he said that he just hit her because he felt like it. After that, I got pissed and did to Shinji what he did to Sakura. Since then, we've been estranged. I still don't regret punching him, but I think it's my fault that Sakura is being treated worse. Sakura says strange things sometimes.
気をつけろって信じを？
はい兄さん先輩を目の敵にしてるって聞きました。その先輩が退部するようになったのも兄さんのせいだって。
それは違う。部活を辞めたのは信じとは関係ない。いや、そりゃ多少はあったかもしれないけど、そんなのはさくらが気に病むことじゃないぞ。確かに信じの言う通りちょっと見苦しいからな、これは。
I pointed my right shoulder. There's a scar there. It happened a year and a half ago. A shipment collapsed on me during work and I hurt my right shoulder. I got out with just a broken bone, but the shipment was a hazardous one and got a burn on my skin. After that accident, I quit the archery club. My school archery club emphasizes formalities as they let us shoot formally even as students. The men expose their right shoulder when they shoot. Shinji commented that it might be indecent for someone shooting formally to have a scar on their shoulder. Since I was getting busy with work, I quit the archery club right then.
先輩、しつこいようですけど、本当にもう弓は引かないんですか？藤村先生も怪我なんて支障はないって言ってるのに。
何を平和な。藤姉は全身骨折しようが支障ないっていうやつだぞ。
先輩、私真面目な話をしているんです。
I should answer seriously too, but I can't give her the answer she wants.
当分は部活をしている余裕はないよ。弓は好きだけど、優先するべきことじゃないし、しばらくは間を取ろうと思う。
This is pretty funny.
しばらくってどのくらいですか？
気が向いた頃かな。まあ、さくらが卒業するぐらいまでにはなんとか。その
I pat Sakura's shoulder.
はい、私その時をお待ちしています。
And she nods so powerfully that it seems she might drop the plates she's holding. It's almost 7:30. Sakura and Fujine have already left for their morning club practice. I went to school early yesterday because Issei wanted me to, but I leave my house at the usual time today. I run into an unusual scene when I reach the intersection. Several police cars are parked outside a house. Something must have happened as it's noisy and lots of people are surrounding the area. I'm curious, but I cannot tell what's going on with all the people surrounding it. I have no time, so I should prioritize school. I reach school 10 minutes before the bell. I enter the main gate as usual. The best girl. Fuck yeah. I bump into a familiar female student.
なんだ、まだ着替えてないのか、Mitsuzuri。もうすぐホームルームだぞ。俺に挨拶なんかしてる場合じゃないだろ
う。いや、ごもっとも。相変わらず釣れない野郎だね、エミヤは。
Her root is my favorite. She laughs as if someone is really funny. Mitsuzuri Ayako. She was my classmate in first year, and now she's the captain of the archery club. She's very insightful, and everyone expected her to become captain since the first year. Well, in other words, her mental age is older than her real age, so she's been the older sister type everyone counts on since she was a first year. Though she gets mad when people say that. According to her, she's not that old.
今あんたよからぬ感想を漏らさなかったかもしれん。
そんなものは漏らさない。あくまで客観的な事実を連想しただけだ。それで気を悪くするのはMitsuzuriの勝手だが。
お、言うじゃん。いいね。正直に答えるくせに何をどう考えてたかは口にしないんだもの。エミヤ、
One moment.
シンジと違って隙がないな。
What happened to with the boomer?
What? What do you mean?
Oh, just forget it. Just forget it. He's back.
Okay.
Light little problems. Now it's...
Did you miss anything from the text? Because I can go back.
I don't... just...
Tell me when...
Okay, goodbye. Okay, go. Okay. Okay, go. Okay, go. Okay, now you're here.
Alright.
なんでも何もあんたとシンジって友人じゃない
The great friends, bro.
シンジの男友達ってあんただけでしょそれにお忘れでしょうが私これでも弓道部の首相なのうちの問題児と辞めちまった問題児をくっつけるのは自然な流れだと思わない
まあ確かに自然だ弓道部ってのは関係ないけど俺とあいつは腐れ縁だからな
I mean, who doesn't want a friend like Shinji?
I know, right?
Yeah,
He's such a lovable guy.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
sweet person.
あんたね弓道部の話になると急に冷たくなるでしょいいご身分よねシンジをほっぽっといて自分はさっさと退場しちゃうんだから後に残された私とかさくらの気持ちとか少しは考えてくれてもいいんじゃない
シンジのやつまたなんかやったのか
あいつが何もやらない日なんてないけどまあそれにしても昨日のはちょっとやりすぎか1年の男子が1人辞めたぐらいだから
He's such a great guy.
Hell yeah.
Mitsuzuri sighs seriously. It's rare for her to make a face like this, but even more than that, I can't just ignore what she just said.
なんだよそれ部員が辞めたって
Dude, the girls in this school have horrible taste.
I know, right?
シンジのやつが八つ当たりしたのよわざわざ女子を集めてね夢を持ったばかりの子にシャをさせて的中するまで笑い物にしたとか
As someone who did archery before, this is very bad. This is awful asshole behavior. At 28 meters especially.
はあお前そんな馬鹿げたことを見過ごしてたってのか
見過ごすかけどさ首相ってのはいろいろと忙しいんだいつも道場にいるわけじゃないってエミヤだって知ってるでしょ
それはそうだがにしても何考えてんだシンジのやつ
呆れたエミヤっては本当にあれだ
あれってなんだ今お前よからぬ感想を漏らさなかったか
あら私はあくまで客観的な事実を連想しただけさそれで気を悪くするのはエミヤの勝手だね
ついさっき聞いたような返答をしやがっていいよそれよりシンジはどうしたんだよなんだってそんな真似をしたんだ
聞いた話じゃ遠坂にこっぴどく振られたとかなんとか
遠坂ってあの遠坂か
うちの学校にあれ以外の遠坂なんていないでしょ2年 A 組の優等生ミスパーフェクトこと遠坂凛
Miss Perfect.
いやそんなあだ名は初めて聞いたけど
I mean, she really is, so... It's the first time I've heard the nickname, but I would probably agree with it.
why not?
With Tosaka involved, I can understand even Shinji getting turned down, and most of all... If it was Tosaka, I can see her refusing her mercilessly. Her refusing him mercilessly.
Well, she did.
シンジのやつは昨日からずっとその調子よおかげで私もこんな時間まで道場で目を光らせてたってわけ
シンジのやつ変にこらえが効かない時があるからなMitsuzuri大変だろうけど頑張ってくれ
はいはいけどねシンジって懲りないでしょまた遠坂に声をかけて振られた日には 今度こそ遠坂本人に何かしそうでさ。
いや、いくら信じても振られた相手には近寄らないだろう。あいつそのあたりはちゃんとしてるぞ。
Plus, he might actually die if he
Why
tries
is
it
such a
again.
brat?
Because
Who
he's an ass.
spoiled him? What happened to him to be like that? Come on.
He was just born this way, man. It's just the way it is.
He's nasty by nature.
Damn.
けど相手が近寄ってくるんだからしょうがないじゃない。
I mean, Shirou can't be a superhero
な
without
ん
a
か知ら
super
ないけど
villain.
うちの道場をよく
That's
見学に来るのよ。
That's
That's
true.
true.
エミヤは辞めちゃったから知らないだろうけどね。
Then again, it would be pretty good if he... No, yeah, go ahead.
Shinji is like Dio, if you can understand me.
Yeah.
He's just naturally evil.
It's like Joseph... No, not Joseph. Jonathan and Dio. It's the same
Yeah.
kind of relationship, you could say. That's the first I've heard of it. Except Jonathan wasn't a cynical asshole like Shirou is. Tosaka-rin doesn't do any club activities for personal reasons. I thought she went straight home since she even turned down the recommendation to join the student council.
ま、たまにはそれもいいか。あいつもお高く泊まってるし、一度ぐらいは痛い目に遭うのもいいかもね。
Again, it would be pretty
僕の
cool.
奥様っていうか、ご愁傷様っていうか。
I'm sorry, Mitsuzuri. It would be pretty cool if he tried Rin again, because then he might actually die. Mitsuzuri says some dangerous things. Come to think of it, I heard that Tosaka has many enemies. Could Mitsuzuri be one of them?
おい、三つり。いくらなんでもそれは。
あ、そろそろ時間だ。じゃあね、エミヤ。今度私の弓の調子見に来てよ。
Mitsuzuri hurries off.
相変わらずだな、あいつ。
But I like that part of her. Feeling calmer now, I head for the classroom. I mean, come on, guys, aren't they the perfect couple? I mean, geez. Such a good thing that her route is so good.
Brother AVI.
Like,
It's lunchtime. Our school has a splendid cafeteria and most students eat there. But there are some old-fashioned students who bring their own lunches. Two of them happen to be me and the student council president in front of me.
エミヤ、その唐揚げを
Oh, so I'm not alone in being a boomer. Let's go.
圧倒的に肉分が不足している。
うん、いいけど、なんだってお前の弁当ってそう質素なんだ、一世。いくら寺だからって酒も肉も取らないなんて教えがあるわけでもないだろう。
Buddhism, my friend.
何を時代錯誤なことを。これは単に親父殿の趣味だ。お坊
Hardcore
主に食わす
Buddhism,
贅
at least.
沢はない。悔しいのなら己で何とかせよなどという。いっそ今からでも天祖になるか。俺も考えどころだ。
あのじいさんなら確かに。
To be honest, Issei would be pretty good at the circus. Issei's father is the priest of Ryudo Temple, and a bold guy who's old friends with the old man at Fujina's place. You know your priest is good when he's friends with a Yakuza boss.
Hell yeah.
You can't expect a normal personality when he's friends with a guy like that.
それはそれは。
He's bold and bald.
いつか恩返しを期待して。
The ultimate combination. I hand him my lunchbox.
いやいや、ありがたく。これも托発の修行なり。
Issei bows down deeply. How can I put this? I never know what to say when things like this reminds me he's the son of a priest.
あ、そういえばエミヤ、朝方2丁目の方で騒ぎがあったのを知っているか。ちょうどエミヤと別れるあたりの交差点だが。
交差点？
The intersection this morning. It must mean that clamor with the police cars.
なんでかな。殺人があったそうだ。詳細は知らないが、一家4人中助かったのは子供だけらしい。両親と姉は刺殺されたというが、その凶器が包丁やナイフではなく。
Wow, the Holy Grail War has already started.
Well, indeed. I believe Dean summoned Archer yesterday. So.
Yeah, so then the Lancer
five.
could be already running around.
Yep, she was the 6th. There's only one master left, so everyone is already doing things. It's kind of strange that there's been this surge in crime and people passing out or dying right around this time.
Relax, it's just gas leaks.
It's just gas leaks, bro.
Yes, gas leaks.
Just
You know,
who
that's
will
what
be
happens.
the last master?
That's what happens.
The Holy
when you
Grail
trust
War
in
is just
CNN.
like Tiananmen Square. Nothing happened on such day. It was just a little burning of the city. Nothing else.
Hey man, according to CNN, it was just gas leaks and murder.
Just a
Exactly.
natural thing.
They were stabbed. There's nothing going on with spears. Just stabbing.
Yeah, man. You know, people getting stabbed with swords. It just happens, you know. A long weapon. He must mean something like a sword. It was a murder, so that must mean the sister and the parents were killed. I picture it. Someone barging in during the night. Unjust violence. A one-sided pillage like an accident. Slashed parents. The sister killed without even knowing what's going on. To the side, the child covered in their blood.
Issei, それ犯人は捕まったのか？
捕まってはいないようだな。信徒の方では欠陥工事による事故、こちらでは辻切りめいた殺人事件だ。学校の門限が早まるのも当然。どうしたエミヤ？喉に飯でも詰まったか？
Must have been on the gas leaks.
別に。何もないけど、なんだよ。
いや、エミヤが厳しい顔をしていたのでな。少し驚いた。すまん。食事時の話ではなかったな。
Issei tries to soften the air apologetically. I was fine with the topic, but was I really making such a nasty face? And then there's a quiet knock at the door.
失礼。竜道はいるか？
Shit.
It's all boy.
何ですか、先生？
And then he
The
dies.
stiff man.
The Slenderman. Issei
The
addresses
Slenderman.
Kuzuki.
That's true. That's true. The better version of him.
It must be a simple talk about the student council, as Issei seems pretty relaxed. It's not something you see every day. Despite his appearance, Issei's very shy. The guy who draws a line against his classmates and even his teachers is letting his guard down with Kuzuki.
真面目なとこで気が合うのかも。
Kuzuki Soichiro, the teacher in charge of Class 2A, is serious and stubborn. Probably that aspect helps him get along with Issei, who prizes order and discipline. The two continue to talk. All the while, I can't get the story of the murder out of my head. Guys, I'm really sorry for all those skipping things.
I like that I like that Shirou's description nearly feels like that song. You know that song of 1.5 hours or something like that.
Yes,
It feels-
me and VoidHunter
Like-
keep making jokes about how Fate Stay Night references scenes from a memory. It's
It feels like that, like blood on the floor, our family killed us, sister, what they never know, stuff like
yeah,
that.
he was crying in his bed. Classes end and it's time to go home. Wept just like a baby. I cannot go anywhere as I have work today. I should leave school and go straight to the neighboring town, but again, I'm sorry for all these skips. I didn't go very far on this installation of the game, so they should stop showing
It feels
up.
like it feels like a speedrun.
Still worried about the conversation I had this morning. I've made my way to the archery club before I knew it.
もう何やってんだ俺。
According to Mitsuzuri, Tosaka-rin comes here often. Well, I really don't care about that, but I know that Shinji getting angry at her is going to be a problem.
シンジのやつ、カッとなると止まらないからな。
It's bad if Shinji gets violent just because she turned him down. I don't know, it's bad, but it's just bad. It makes me feel bad just thinking about it, so I have to stop it from happening.
なんだ、遠坂いないじゃないか。
Tosaka isn't around. Mitsuzuri's worries were needless.
へえ、誰がいないって？
Oh shit.
だから誰がいないって？
And there's Issei, whom I just left behind.
あれか一世あんまり驚かすなよ
いやエミヤが挙動不審げに道場を眺めていたからついで誰がいないって？
誰って遠坂だよなんでも昨日シンジと一悶着あったらしいんだそれで一応様子を見に来ただけだ
ほうほう挙動不審だな聞かれてもいないのに理由まで話すなど
なんだよ別にいいだろ
うんそれはしかりだが無駄だぞエミヤ遠坂はここにはいないなぜならあいつは今日ずる休みだ
It wasn't intentional.
何
Skipped school.
Let him have his moment, like Ant-Man.
Yeah, man. Skipped school, so she was absent today.
そうか欠席か待て伊勢なんで遠坂がずる休みなんだよあいつがそんなのするわけないだろ
するともあいつが風邪などひくものか俺が見たところあいつは悪いやつだ外見に騙されるとパクッと食われるぞエミヤ
I love Issei. He is unimpressed. Yes. He is unimpressed by women. He does not allow them to muddy up his judgment. Somehow, Issei's words annoy me. What a simp. It's true that I don't know her, but I can't imagine that she's a bad person.
言い過ぎだぞ一世遠坂はそんなやつじゃないだろ
なんだエミヤも遠坂狙いなのかああそれはすまない今のは流してくれ
Oh man. After Tosaka, who said anything like that?
勝手に決めつけるな俺はただシンジが揉め事を起こしたら大変だから
Sure you did, Emiya.
Oh yeah, because Shinji's the one who needs help.
またそんな役回りをするな別に俺は気にしないが割と趣味が悪いのだなエミヤ
You know, I see what the problem is. I see what the problem is here. Unlimited BW and VoidHunter are both Issei, and the rest of us are all Shirou. We know what's going on, but they see some problem with Tosaka that doesn't exist.
してないから損じゃないけど伊勢お前今変なこと言わなかった
遠坂狙いは趣味が悪いってことかい
そう遠坂は人気あるじゃないか俺もあいつの悪い噂は聞かないぞ
Well, you see.
ああ聞かないねそれがまた気に食わない
気に食わないってどの辺がだよ
だから全部だよあれはメギツネだ女性だ妖怪だとにかく生理的に気に食わない悪いことは言わないからエミヤも気に入らないようにしろ
I ain't saying she's bad.
I don't know why I know the why, but I hate her, and you should too.
I'm not saying she's bad. I'm saying you should hate her.
いいっせ人の陰口は良くないってお前の口癖じゃなかったか
Even priests must hate someone, it is said.
たわけこれが陰口に入るか俺は聞こえるように喋っている
Well, you see, it isn't a problem because I'm shouting it out. I hope she hears it.
You say saying like you already have me.
Well, you see, I'm not talking shit about her. I'm talking shit at her.
Yes.
Ah, no wonder I feel someone's eyes from the archery dojo. Thank God. I'm so glad Tosaka is absent today.
Aw, come on. It would have been fun.
Yeah, it would have been great. She would have broken his back.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. WWE, come on.
とりわけ中傷していたわけではないぞ。単に竜道一世
Oh no, you weren't insulting her at all.
していると言っただけ
The
だ。
part about being a monster and a fox and
趣味
stuff.
思考の範囲だろう。
その割には妖怪だとかメギツネだとか言ってたけど
And I think the term schoolgirl is discrimination.
何？褒め言葉だ。メギツネにも妖怪にも
They are good for both.
I love this
あく
guy.
まで当坂を評価する話題として採用しただけである。
Here's the
Like,
thing.
like a true academic.
Mm,
Everyone
he
needs a
should be a
friend like
lawyer.
Issei.
Come on.
You say laughs.
それではな。俺は生徒会室に戻るが、エミヤはバイトだろう。こんなところで道草を食っている暇はなかろう。
He must feel refreshed now that he said everything he wanted as he leaves calmly. Nothing makes me better than talking shit about someone very loudly. I've known him for 2 years now, but I still don't understand his personality. "20 minutes after taking the bus from my school, I arrive at the neighboring town of Shinto across the bridge.
なんだ、まだ5時前か。
Miyama City is a residential district, so there's no part-time jobs there, but the developing Shinto has many available. The school approves of students having part-time jobs, so I work a few easy ones. I prefer hard physical labor that ends as quickly as possible. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone, as it builds my body while I get paid for it. Today's job is a simple loading job from 5 to 8 o'clock. Even though it's only 3 hours, there's 6 hours worth of work to do. They make you run around without a minute's rest. So I should just rest when I can, even if it's just for 10 minutes. It's a waste of energy walking around until my job, so I guess I'll rest in the park. That park. This park, among the buildings, is like a big field. A park should be filled with people like families and lovers on weekends, but it's empty right now. No, this place is always desolate.
相変わらずだな、ここは。
I'm a bit sad. The utterly neglected ground looks awful compared to the neatly organized surroundings. The desolate area makes the wind feel cold. This is the remains of the conflagration 10 years ago, and this is the place where I was saved from burning to death.
なんで芝生とか植えないんだろう。いつまでもこのままってのはもったいない。
It's a large area, so if they retiled it, the park would get bigger. Thinking absent-mindedly, I sat down on a bench. I stare at the burned land to pass the time. I don't remember what happened here back then. I probably don't remember because I was a kid, and it wouldn't have been an easy scene to memorize. All I can remember is that it was hot and I couldn't breathe, and that people died trying to save others.
どうしてそうなのかな。
For example, an adult that tried to save a child from a burning house. He saved the child but died in its place. For example, there were people who had their throats burned, but they gave what little water they had to one guy and the others died. For example, there was someone who ran along to get away from the fire as fast as possible, and everyone that he passed on the way died. And, for example, people who died because they gave something that was saving them, only to save others they didn't even know. I didn't like things like that. It makes me mad that those who tried hard were sacrificed. Am I greedy to want an ending where everyone is safe and happy? All I wanted was to see people relax peacefully, so why couldn't I manage such a simple thing?
それは難しい。シロの言っていることは誰も彼も救うということだからね。
Kiritsugu answered so to the question I asked as a child. Of course, as a child I denied it, because Kiritsugu saved me. I knew he was a sorcerer who could do anything. I knew he was a superhero who couldn't ignore people in need, who saved them for no benefit. So I believed he could have saved everyone back then. Fuck. When I told him that, he made a troubled expression and said something that I remember to this day.
Wait a minute. I'm with a question right now.
Yes.
Shirou was adopted by the guy.
Yes.
After the last Holy Grail War.
Yes.
How did his father die then? I thought he died in the Holy Grail War, but he didn't.
He didn't. Dean thinks so as well, but that's a mystery. We're gonna come back to it at some point.
There's a flashback of it.
Yes.
Still on this route or Heaven's Feel or something like that?
No, I believe in this route.
Not
We'll
a-
talk about it.
Oh, wonderful.
Not even I remember what happened with him.
Well, we're gonna come across it. So.
Okay.
シロ、
another question. Will we die in this episode, or will we need another episode to die and then get back from the beginning?
I don't think we will die.
If we get to the point where we die, it's going to be pretty cool because we're going to advance quite far. But I doubt it.
Is it? Okay.
Do you want to ask a question?
Is it in this day that we die?
No, it's tomorrow.
Fuck.
Yep. I understand that. It's obvious now that he said it. Let's stay here. Let's say there's a robber and some hostages, and the robber intends to kill the hostages. With normal methods, most of the hostages will be killed. Even if you use a miraculous method to save all the hostages, there will be still one person who isn't saved. That, of course, being the robber, whose hostages were rescued. The people a superhero saves are only those he decides to save. That's why even God cannot save everyone. The fire 10 years ago was like that. It's not something I, who was miraculously saved from it, can talk about now. I don't want such a thing. I don't want help that has limited capacity. You have to help no matter how impossible it is. I have to do something. I'll be back in a few minutes. And now it's back on.
He said it like 3 seconds. I don't know, 5 minutes ago.
So while all of that beautiful conversation about anime sex on YouTube will be lost to time, hopefully we will not be lost in the text that we're reading. So you have to help, no matter how impossible it is.
I just want to say one thing for Astolfo.
It's still paused.
Astolfo, are you here? Astolfo. Yes.
For reference, Mapo Tofu has a Astolfo image as his profile picture.
We are still paused?
No, we are.
Yes.
We are recording.
We are. We are paused.
No, we're recording.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi, Japanese guy who watches us.
Oh my fucking
Don't
God.
watch us. we are not a good English class.
You heard it here first, folks.
But appreciate your taste for Sakura or Rin. You have good taste.
We have a grand total of 0 native speakers.
Of course.
Hell yeah.
Oh man. So let's get back.
Oh man, and if you feel for anyone listening to this, if you feel about yourself, think. You probably have a bigger dick than Shirou.
That's true. That is absolutely
Hell
true.
yeah. Go live
Maybe
your
that's
life.
not true because
We should sell shirts saying that. At least you have a dick that's bigger than Shirou's. I would buy that shirt. I can't stand to have strangers dying around me like back then. So if I had been there 10 years ago, even if it wasn't possible, I would have gone into the fire and... I mean, at least he knows he sucks. That's for certain. Jeez, I'm hopeless. The 5 o'clock bell rings. I think this is a reference to Kara no Kyokai. I stand up and quickly make my way to work. Shirou was actually inspired in a character from Kara no Kyokai, who was...
Which one?
Enjo Tomoe, I believe, was his name. He was from Book 5, Paradox Spiral, which is my favorite, my second favorite. When my job's done, the sun has already set. It's a bit before 8. I finished 10 minutes early because I worked too hard. It seems I worked frantically since I went to that place before work. Here in front of the station, the night's just getting started. There are lots of people and a constant flow of cars on the road. The buildings are still lit up, and just looking at them makes me feel like I'm watching a grand festival of illumination. I walk while looking up at the lighted building. It's the biggest building in Shinto, so I can't see the top clearly. I just gaze up at the building, just enjoying the night scenery. And I think I see something out of place. I stop and stare at the rooftop. I focus my eyes, looking at the thing as small as a grain of rice. It looks like someone I know. Why is she there? What would she be doing here? With her long hair fluttering and doing nothing, she looks down at the town. It doesn't seem like she notices me down here. Yeah. No, there's no way she could see me. She's so high up that I, with better eyesight than most, can barely see her by improving my vision with magical energy. I can recognize her since she's standing there alone, but there's no way she would notice me down here among all these people.
Wait a minute. He just said. Wait. So he just said that she's standing there menacingly?
Yes.
Yes.
She's looking down at all of the humans. Like a lonesome, angry god.
It's like Shinju.
Yes, just like Shinji.
Sorry for the bad meme. I couldn't resist.
Tosaka is literally a god.
Indeed.
In grand order.
That's why you should join our Church of Tosaka-rin. We are accepting new members. Maybe she's looking for something, as I can feel her sharp stare even down here. Yeah, she's looking at you, asshole. I forgot about time and keep looking up at the girl standing in the sky. She's on top of a tall tower. She's like a witch looking down at the earth with the moon behind her. Like a witch, huh?
Well, quite accurate.
And then, she must be done with whatever she was doing as she disappears. Her figure has disappeared and the scene returns to the beautiful view of the night.
Oh, the mother!
I have no proof, but I think I'm right. There aren't many girls with looks that stand out that much, and more than that, I'm not stupid enough to mistake a girl I secretly admire. Well, Tosaka sure has strange hobbies. Oh, you don't even know the half of it. Second day dinner. Loves magical ranger force. I swear I'm not making these up. Unlike Shinto, there's no one in Miyama City. After 8 o'clock, there are no people around, and the town is terribly quiet. At the junction in the house I saw this morning, there's no sign of people, and the door has a do not enter sign. After only one day, the house is as quiet as an abandoned building. Parents and older sister killed by the burglar. What kind of life remains for the child left behind? I bite my lip, feeling powerless. Even after swearing to become like Kiritsugu, I can't do anything about something that happened so close by. Even though I want to help someone, in the end, I don't even know what I can do. You can adopt the kid, you fucker. Take a cue. I climb the hill and reach the Emiya house. The lights are still on, so Sakura or Fujine must still be here.
Tadaima. Are, Fujine dake ka?
Okaeri, Shirou!
Fujine turns around, munching on a rice cracker. The TV shows a loud variety show.
もうまたこんな時間に帰ってきて。冬は日が暮れるのが早いんだから、もっと早くに帰ってきなさいって言ったでしょ。
だから早く帰ってきてるだろ。8時までのバイトを選んでるんだから、これ以上無茶言わないでくれ。で、さくらはどうしたんだよ。なんか晩飯の支度だけはできてるみたいだけど。
さくらちゃんなら早めに帰ったわよ。今日は用事があるからって晩ご飯だけ作ってくれたの。
Fujine says so happily. As far as she's concerned, anyone who cooks for her is a good person. I agree with that.
確かにしばらくはその方がいいかもしれないな。最近は物騒だし、いっそ新学期まで晩飯は俺が作ろうか。
反対。シロ帰ってくるの遅いじゃない。それからご飯作ってたら食べるの10時過ぎになっちゃうよ。
あん のね、そこに自分家で食べるという選択肢はないのか、あんた。
だからここが私の家だよ。
And just like that, Shirou is defeated. Fujine seems puzzled. Honestly, I'm not sure if that makes me happy or sad.
わかったよ。藤姉に飯を作れなんて無理難題を言ってもしょうがねえ。それはいいけど、足元のそれなんだよ。また余計なものを持ってきたんじゃないだろうな。
All kinds of normal people live in Fuyuki. Fujine has a terrible habit of leaving junk at my place. Large bowls from restaurants, a heavy teapot she got in the shopping district, a strange guitar that plays by itself. I think she thinks of this place as some kind of a warehouse.
ちょっと見せてみろ。ゴミだったら捨てるから。
これ？うちで余ったポスターだけど。
Fujine hands me the poster. It's probably some infamous idol or something.
どれどれ?
Here we have a military-style guy with his thumbs up on a cheap-looking blue sky background. In letters like blood, it reads, "Love's lovely Ranger Land. Please join the self-defense force." Hold on, this is an army recruiting poster.
それ、いらないからあげるね。
これ
Love's... What the fuck was that? Love's lovely Ranger Land. Japan sure does have nice recruiting posters.
Hell yeah.
But Fujine deflects my attack with a poster she had hidden and counterattacks mercilessly. Bam! The poster lightly knocks my... stars! I saw stars.
シローの腕で私に当てようなんて甘いわよ。悔しかったらもうちょっと腕を磨きなさいね。
そんな問題じゃないだろう今の。なぜに紙のポスターがかような破壊音を。
Could this be the skill of a master?
ごめんごめん。こっちのポスター。
No, of a tiger.
No, of a servant.
No, of a fucking murderer.
シロー、頭大丈夫？
Imagine hitting someone in the head with a steel plate.
いつか絶対に人を殺すぞ。その性格。
その時はシローがお嫁にもらってくれるから安心か
What
な。
the fuck?
What?
Okay, what route we need to do?
I didn't know about this rule.
私そんな
It's a
物
secret
騒な
route.
のじゃないと思う。
Yep.
やっぱり
The
そう
fabled
いう連
secret
中は
route.
自覚がないっていうのは本当だったのか。
How true, how true. I have to watch out or I'll be killed.
ふんだ、言ってなさい。そんなことよりシロー、私お腹減った。今まで待ってたんだから早くご飯の用意しよう。
Fujine stands up. How strange, she's helping out, even if it's only setting up the dishes. She must be really hungry.
はいはい。じゃあ藤姉は皿と茶碗な。ご飯ぐらいつげるだろ。
I mean, if she
つ
could,
げるよ。ねえシロー、私丼でいいかな。
it wouldn't be a good
いいんじゃ
sign.
ないか。今日はさくらもいないし、どうせ飯は余るし。
よしよし。それじゃ、シローもお揃いね。
Fujine pours rice into 2 bowls. Oh well, I was going to have seconds anyway, and besides that, if I argue with Fujine, she'll take my dinner away. And to add, chaotic dinners like this have been common scenes for many years now. The day ends. Finishing a rowdy dinner and seeing Fujine off, I take a bath. After that, I practice my daily routine in the shed. I complete it as usual and go to sleep. It is 1 a.m. The day ends peacefully without any troubles. Shirou sleeps for 4 hours a day. How the fuck isn't he dead yet?
Teenagers.
I mean, fair point. I slept like 3 hours a
Monster.
day in high school.
It's because of something called monster.
Yes.
You can survive a lot of things if you call it.
February the 2nd. 3. Long day, long night.
I'm more impressed with how he sticks something in his back, what it apparently is a routine basis, in a routine, and he doesn't die.
I mean, it's definitely a surprising that he's still alive. You would expect
Hell
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's certainly magic.
I'm in a fire. Collapsing buildings and burning people. No matter how far I run, the scenery is always red. This is a vision of 10 years ago. A memory of the distant past I haven't remembered in a while. I run through it as if recreating the scene. There's no escape, even though I know it's just a dream. I run, keep running. And in the end, where I end up is how I'm saved after running out of energy. Today is an auspicious day. I wake up with a bad feeling, which is the opposite of auspicious. A feeling like a metal weight is inside my chest. I feel my forehead and find that I'm sweating a lot even though it's winter. Oh fuck. That's foreshadowing. Huh. Okay.
For what?
You'll find out. Mapo Tofu knows what I'm talking about. It's already past 6 o'clock. From the kitchen, I can hear the sound of the kitchen knife cutting something. There's no time to be impressed. I have to get ready quickly and go help fix breakfast.
Shirou, 今日どうするのよ。土曜日だから午後はアルバイト？
いや、バイトは入ってないよ。一世のところで何かやってると思うけど、それがどうかしたか？
That sounds suspicious.
別に暇だったら道場の方に遊びに来てくんないかなーって。私、
It's a date.
ピンチなのだ。
ピンチって何がさ？
お財布事情がピンチなの。
Fuck.
誰かとお弁当作ってくれると嬉しいんだけどな。
断る。自業自得だ。たまには一食ぐらい抜いた方がいい。
You see, this is all a critique of the Japanese school system not paying its teachers enough. It's all very highbrow.
Oh
私が
shit.
頼りにしてる
I
のは
predict
さくら
this
ちゃんだけ
outside.
なんだから。ね、さくらちゃん。
Fujine really does live in a society.
はい。私と同じものでよろしければ用意しておきますね、先生。
When did she got there?
じゃあ今日は一緒にお昼
She's
に
Sakura.
She
She's
gets there at
Sakura.
6 a.m. every day. Sure.
Yeah.
How
That's true.
early does she wakes up for me?
Oh, I don't think she sleeps. But that's
Yeah, that's true. I don't think she sleeps too.
that's besides
How
the
she's
point.
alive?
That's a very big
That's
question.
a very big
Yes, good to
question.
know.
I wanna know you. I wanna know you.
Breakfast continues as usual. Today, along with the usual, there's simmered lotus root with chicken. I don't think she has to make anything this elaborate for breakfast, but I think she made a lot of it to take for lunch too.
The best girl.
How the fuck does this lotus root
Wow.
taste like?
Wow, your standards are low, man. Unlimited, man. Your standards are low. God, that was a new. That was a new one. I thought that this going. I thought the. What is the name? What is the girl? What is the girl's? What is the girl with the
Dosakari?
art? No, the other one. His friend. Her friend.
Ayako Mitsuzuri.
I thought her was already like okay, kinda am, but okay. But then that was another low.
Sakura is a member of the arch. You see, the thing about this
Damn,
school is that all of the good-looking
If
girls are in
Tofu was
archery.
really bad, buddy.
This is a tip for the rest of your lives, guys. The best-looking girls are always at archery. Never
That's
forget.
true. That's true. That's.
Sakura is a member of the archery club, and Fujine is in
Those
charge.
I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say.
It's just
I
true.
get alright.
Just trust me,
That's
man.
true. That's true.
Even the
That's
ones that aren't
right.
in archery, they're
Man.
friends with an archer.
Sakura is in there.
It's natural for them to share lunches.
そういえばシロ、今朝は遅かったけど何かあった？
Fujine looks at me, sipping her miso soup. Geez, she's usually slow, but she gets sharp only at times like this.
昔の夢を見た。寝覚めがすっげえ悪かっただけで、あとはなんともない。
なんだ、いつものことか。なら安心かな。
Fujine ends the conversation like she's not interested. I'm not worried at all about it either, so I shouldn't get mad about it. 10 years ago, I used to have nightmares back when I couldn't get the fire out of my mind. But I saw less of it as time passed, and I'm well over it now that I can let it slide even after dreaming about it. But I guess it was pretty bad back then. Since Fujine has been here since that time, she's sensitive to my change.
Shirou, 食欲はある？今朝に限ってないとかない？
ない。なんともないんだから、人の夢にかこつけて飯を横取りするな。
Hardcore.
チェ、シローが強くなってくれて嬉しいけど、もうちょっと繊細でいてくれた方がいいな、お姉ちゃんは。
そりゃこっちのセリフだ。もうちょっと可憐になってくれた方がいいぞ。
That's my line.
We make fun of each other without looking at each other. That proves my liveliness, and Fujine laughs with relief. To be honest, I'm glad she's worrying, but she'll be elated if I thank her, so I act like I'm discontented. Not knowing the circumstances, Sakura looks puzzled at the way we're acting. Man, living in Fuyuki City is just a fuckload of 4D chess. You just never stop playing it. Everyone hates each other and makes terrible passive-aggressive jokes at each other's expenses.
Nah, they don't. There's certainly a lot of passive aggressiveness and a lot of double meaning, but not all, I don't think they hate each other.
After Fujine leaves,
I think the same.
We lock the house and leave.
Forever. That's the end of the game.
And then, yes, roll credits.
Go walk in the distance.
And then we march towards the sunset. After a new tomorrow. Roll credits.
In a horse.
In a horse. On Fujine's back. On a tiger.
Fujine's back in the tiger, guys.
Wait, what? Wait, what did he say?
Here you go.
Oh, okay. Wait, why? What does that reaction?
別に土日だからって遊びに行くわけじゃないです。だから変な勘違いはしないでもらえると助かります。
Sakura's a little weird. She's just a little weird.
Again, unlimited. Why that taste? Wait, come on, man.
You will understand later.
She's not bad. She's not bad. But that's Rin, goddammit.
Not even Shirou understands what's going on.
You will understand later. 2 months later, you will
2 months,
understand
yes.
this.
2 months from now, you'll get it. Sakura's
Maybe 3.
Wait a minute. 2 months later, I will put the 3 girls in a line. The Rin Strand, and that girl. I want to put them 3 and say, okay, Sakura is the best. I want to make that bet. Do you want to make that bet?
Let's do it.
I
bet that you will.
I will make the bet.
I bet.
It'll be the easiest money of my life.
I bet that you'll remain a Rin person. I bet it.
I bet Sakura.
Very well.
The rest.
We will have a special episode discussing Best Girl after all of this is over.
That will be the Roman Senate.
But makes sense.
Everyone
Sakura
should be.
Escort. I forgot. But makes sense. Sakura be strange.
Yeah, that's true. It's especially at this time. I don't know why, but I guess she just means she can't come over this weekend. Yeah, she's busy with business. Sakura looks relieved, and when she looks down, her face suddenly stiffens. Sakura is staring at my left hand.
It's a ring.
Looking down at it, it's bleeding. I pull up my sleeve. There's certainly blood there. But it doesn't hurt at all. There's just a welt on there. The welt goes straight from my shoulder down to the hand, and it looks kind of like a small snake running from my shoulder to my hand.
大丈夫。気にするほどじゃない。
先輩がそういうのでしたら。
That's kind of weird. Perhaps she's feeling bad from seeing the blood as Sakura looks away and falls silent.
Oh no, don't tell me she's a Magus too. Come on, that would be too much.
What, Sakura? Of course not.
Yeah, come on. Okay, come on. Oh no, she's part of the Holy Grail. Oh, come on.
I leave Sakura, who has club activities, and head to the school building. Don't lose your shit, man. Hold it in. Everything is fine. The schoolyard is full of spirited students running around.
Running around like, I don't know, something that runs around. What runs around?
But still, there's something oddly wrong here. The school is like it always is. The students at morning practice are lively, and the new school building is spotless.
Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't Rin dead already?
No. This is the day where everything happens. She also came in and thought and felt a disturbance.
Oh yeah.
We are
No, wait.
Yes.
She's in the tower. She's looking in the entire city. When she sees Shirou sees her. They were like, wait, what the heck are you doing here? They both said, me too, man. What the heck are you doing there? And then she's attacked by Lancer, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Yeah.
She's on the building. She goes back home.
Oh, she's on the top
and then
of
the next day.
She's on the top of the school. Okay, sorry.
Exactly. Right now she has just felt.
I switched the towers. Okay.
But Dean has made an observation that there is one other Magus she knows in school, but or there's another Magus family in town that she is aware of, but that person is not apt to be a Magus. And perhaps...
What is the Magus family? That's a good question too.
I didn't make that observation, but I made it in a way.
She said that in the prologue.
In a way.
And Shirou has said that no one knows that the Emiya practice magic, so that must be someone else.
And considering this is an anime, someone that will be important to the plot.
But when I close my eyes, the air completely changes. The school building is covered with stains like membranes, and the students running around the schoolyard seem like empty dolls.
Is there like a general? Wait a minute. Is there like a general school when there are children too? Because I don't understand why a bunch of teenagers will be running around.
I believe so, yes, because Fuyuki isn't very big, so I would assume they only have one general school for everything.
Oh, okay.
Plus,
so
it looks like a really big building, so...
Okay, so
maybe it's just a high school,
I don't know.
I shook my head to clear it. I head to the lifeless building. I think... Actually, I don't know if in Japan they have general schools for everyone outside of, like, rural areas, but I'm not sure. School ends early on Saturdays. Classes end before noon, and after I finish helping Issei, the sun is starting to set. I pack up and leave my classroom. Oh no, this must be... Yeah, this must be a general school because he was aware of Sakura before she was a high schooler. So yeah, that's right. And then... Best man. I bump into Shinji.
I will drink some water, bye.
There are a couple of girls behind him.
Oh no, okay. Please tell me that he's not the Magi and they did the thing where they both him and his service have equal hair colors. Please don't do it. That would be so many shit.
生徒会の手伝いじゃないぞ。学校の備品を直すのは生徒として当たり前だろ。使ってるのは俺たちなんだから。
よく言うよ。エミヤに言わせればなんだって当たり前だからね。そういういい子ぶりが勘に触るって前に言わなかったっけ？
Cause Shirou is such a
What
bad
a great
boy.
friend!
Of course.
What a great friend!
よく覚えていない。それシンジの口癖だと思っていたから。
Sorry to remember that.
Bruh, I don't care, man.
そうか。 それじゃあ学校にあるものなら何でも直してくれるんだ。
何でも直すなんて無理だ。せいぜい面倒見るぐらいだが。
よし、なら頼まれてくれよ。うちの弓道場さ、今割と散らかってるんだよね。
To be fair, it is.
Say to me that we can choose what to do now. Say to me we can choose
Stringing
what to
bows
do now.
is really boring.
Say to me.
I can.
Oh no! Please don't tell me that he's a magi and then he's getting Shirou out of the way, so there will be no witnesses.
Listen.
Please.
Please. Even if he was a Magus, Shinji is not that smart.
That's true.
Okay.
That's true.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
That's true.
Okay.
But yeah, to be fair, stringing bows is really bad. It takes a lot of strength and time. And you can break it if you do it wrong, so. He is absolutely giving the worst thing to do to Shirou.
ちょっと先輩、それって先輩が藤村先生に言われてたことじゃなかった？
He's like Tom Sawyer, except an asshole.
Exactly.
でもさ、今から片付けしてたら店閉まるじゃん。そこの人がやってくれんならそれでいいんじゃないの？
I love how these two girls are walking with fucking Shinji. And they just dump your work on this asshole, I don't know. Looks like a loser.
そうでもないんじゃない？あの人元弓道部員だってシンジが言ってるしさ、任せちゃえばいいのよ。
They're getting rowdy behind Shinji. It seems they're in the archery club, but they must be members that Shinji recruited recently, as I don't know them. You know he's good when you can get girls into archery.
What means they're trash?
Okay. 鍵の場所は変わってないから勝手にやっといてよ。文句ないよね、エミヤ。
ああ、構わないよ。どうせ暇だったからたまにはこういうのも悪くない。
Damn, he has a punchable face.
Oh, he does.
それじゃあ行こうぜみんな。つまんない雑用はあいつがやっといてくれるってさ。
Oh, wait.
Man, I hate
Unlimited BW doesn't know what happens in this route. Okay. Oh, that's gonna be fun.
I don't know.
No, you don't.
But I think that I saw that in the anime.
No, it's not that. It's something else.
No? Okay. Okay.
Fun fact, Mapo Tofu missed out on that part of Heaven's Feel when he was playing the game.
Mapo Tofu is muted.
Yeah,
I don't know
muted.
why.
I think he's...
him
he's
and
just watching.
VoidHunter don't speak at ages.
No, I think Mapo Tofu has problems just with making noise at this time in his house. He usually doesn't. So.
Fair enough.
VoidHunter, I think,
Understandable.
has fallen back.
Understandable. Have a nice day and laugh internally at the jokes of something.
Yeah, the cleaning ends quite easily.
Dick.
So actually, we can all find it funny that Shirou's great friend Shinji was the reason he died. What a great friend! It took a while as it is quite big, but it was fun cleaning the place I used until a year and a half ago. Picked up a bow thinking it might be okay to shoot just once, but since it wasn't mine, I decided not to. If I ever wanted to, I could just bring my own bow and come here. Yeah, the bow that doesn't... It's funny that they let these, they use it at the same time.
Damn, Shirou is a boomer just like me. Thank God that I have a big dick instead. Man, that was not a good joke. Sorry for everyone, that was not a good joke. Sorry, thank you very much.
Carbon-based bows are good, unlike wood and plastic bows. That's bullshit, Shirou. Wood bows are fine. But the biggest problem is the price, as they're not something we could buy with the club budget. Back then, Shinji was the only one using it. Are the new members rich too? That is also not true, you boomer. Well, I guess that's personal taste right there.
Hey!
Hey.
Be respectful to him.
When I look at the clock, it's way past curfew.
Like I told you, he has a small dick. That I can understand. But come on, man.
I know, man. I know. It was just a cheap joke. I just had to do it. It's a little after 7 o'clock. The gates should be closed by now, so there's no reason to rush now. But still, was this dojo always this dirty? There's loads of places that look unkept. That's what happens when Shirou leaves. I've started this, so I'll finish the job. Imagine wasting 4 or 5 hours of your life cleaning up for someone else.
That's what happens when Shinji stays in a place.
I know, right? The wind is blowing.
Yeah.
It's so cold that my cheeks are getting numb. Fuyuki City isn't usually cold during the winter, but it is cold tonight of all nights. My breath hangs around as a white cloud. I wrap up my body to hold off the cold. There's no light in the sky when I look up. Because of the strong winds, the clouds are moving fast. It's past curfew and there's no sign of life in the empty school. It seems this place is filled with only chill, as it's all silent. And it all goes wrong. Just now, I think I hear something. This night, I must have been curious about the sound that broke the silence. To investigate it, I find myself heading there, even though I somehow know I mustn't. I go to the schoolyard. Well, they only look like that from a distance. It's a dark night with no light. If I want to know more, I'll have to go closer to the schoolyard. I can hear the sounds louder now. It's the sound of metal hitting metal. That must mean someone is fighting with weapons there. I dismiss the image from my mind with a bitter smile and walk on. At that time, maybe my instincts noticed the danger as I hid myself as I approached. I don't know if this is fortunate or not. But anyways, when I get by a tree that is big enough to hide myself, I take a closer look at the source of the sound. My mind stops completely. What the? There's something strange there. A man in red and a man in blue. They are dangerously armed, and their ominous appearance suggests they are actually slashing at each other. I can't understand. I can't follow them with my eyes. My brain does not work properly faced with their impossible movements, but the clang of their weapons tells me they're trying to kill each other. I just knew immediately when I saw them. They are not human. They're probably just things that look like humans. I can tell not because I'm learning magic. Anyone would realize they're not human. After all, humans can't move like that. So there's something no one should associate with. I can feel their murderous intent even from a distance. I'm going to die. My body understands faster than my brain that I will definitely die if I stay here. That's why my heart is racing so fast. As a living thing like them, I sense that they're living things made only to kill. They're using weapons made only to kill. I remember the murder yesterday. They said the family was killed with some weapon like a sword. I shouldn't watch any longer, but my body won't follow my commands and I can't even breathe. My mind wants to run away, but my judgment tells me I'll be seen the moment I run away. More than the conflict within me, my body is just numb. Even though I'm over 40 meters away, I can't breathe properly and it's like I have a spear pointed right at my back. Well, you kind of do, Shirou.
Well, not at the back, the front.
Well,
I just want to say one thing. I saw that in the anime.
Yes.
Oh, but you said that would be different.
No. It's going to be different. The result is going to be different. In the Unlimited Blade Works route, the way that this all ends is very different from the way that it ends in Fate. The sounds stop. The figures separate and stand facing each other. The moment I feel relief at the end of their battle, I sense an even stronger intention to kill. My heart stops. The numbness in my body becomes convulsions, and I clench my teeth to try to hold my trembling body. An overwhelming amount of magical energy is flowing into the guy in blue. Kiritsugu showed me once what it's like to draw in magical energy from the surroundings. It was like a beautiful magic that impressed even an amateur like me. But that thing is different. Just as even the simple task of drinking water could seem ugly if it goes too far, what he is doing is so excessive that anyone with knowledge of magical energy would hate it. He's going to die. The guy in red is going to die. It's a blow with that much concentrated magical energy. There's no way he'll be able to survive it. He'll die. He's not human, so something merely like a human will die. That's
No.
That's something I can just ignore?
Oh no.
That doubt takes my mind off of them. The binds on my body disappear, and the instant I take a deep breath... Shit. The guy in blue stares at me who's hiding. The blue guy's body sinks. Just that motion tells me that I'm his target now. My legs start running automatically. I finally realize that it is an action to escape death, and I put all the energy in my body into running away. I don't know how fast I run, but before I know it, I'm in the school building. I regret my actions, panting heavily. I should have run into town to get away. What am I doing fleeing to such a deserted place? In a school of all things, isn't there some better place to hide than here? Anyways, why do I think I'll be killed if I don't escape? My heart aches from running so much. Turning around, I can sense nothing pursuing me. The only sound in the air is the sound of my footsteps. So I can finally rest. I stop my feet, unable to take another step, send oxygen to my pumping heart, and look up to finally realize that I am safe. I recall the scene from earlier while catching my breath. Anyway, I'm sure that it wasn't something I should have seen. Some things like humans were fighting in the school grounds. That's all I can remember. But there was something else I saw out of the corner of my eye. But I can't remember what that figure looked like. To be honest, I didn't have the composure to notice anything other than those two fighting. The voice comes from right in front of me. I can't breathe. My brain stops, and even though I cannot think, I vaguely understand that I'm going to die. The lance is casually raised. Truth is, the game was rigged from the start. And the man's lance mercilessly pierces Emiya Shirou's heart. There wasn't even time to dodge it. All the training I did was for nothing. I knew I was going to be killed. I knew I was going to be pierced by that lance, and yet I could not move at all. The world distorts. My body grows cold. Feeling vanishes from my fingertips. I cough up blood once. More blood should have come up, but it only happens once. Perhaps the man's lance is special. The blood slowly clots, and the heart that should have exploded stops working with just a single pierce. I can't see well. There's no feeling in me. I feel like a jellyfish floating in the dark sea at night. I don't feel any pain already. The world is white, and only I am black. So rather than feeling like I'm dead, it's more like the world around me has disappeared. I know this. I felt this 10 years ago. This is how someone feels when dying.
死人に口なしってな。弱いやつがくたばるのは当然といえば当然だが。
I cannot concentrate on my vision.
まったく嫌な仕事をさせてくれる。このざまで英雄とは笑い草だ。
I can only hear voices.
分かっている。文句はないさ。女のサーバントは見たんだ。おとなしく戻ってやるよ。
A voice filled with irritation. And after that, I hear footsteps running through the hallway.
アーチャーか。蹴りをつけておきたいところだが、マスターの方針を破るわけにもいくまい。まったく、いけすかねえマスターだこと。
The voice suddenly disappears. I guess he jumped out of a window or something. And after that, footsteps approach me and stop. In that brief period, more footsteps. I can't hear much now.
追ってアーチャー。ランサーはマスターのところに戻るはず。せめて相手の顔ぐらい把握しないと。
Whose voice was that? I concentrate my fading mind, but I can't remember anything. Right now, my breathing is too noisy. My lungs must still be alive. The air coming out of my mouth is as loud as a hurricane.
その割にはまだ死んでないってのはすごいな。
I sense someone looking at my face. Perhaps my breathing was loud as the figure tries to close my mouth and...
やめてよね。なんだってあんたが。
I hear the person grit their teeth, and they touch me without hesitation.
破損した臓器を偽装して代用。その間に心臓一つ丸々修復か。
A pain-filled voice. With that, my mind stops fading. Feeling returns to my body. Slowly, bit by bit, like a drop of water going down a leaf, feeling returns to my body. What is the person doing? The person is sweating and places their hand on my chest with all their heart. When I notice the place where the person placed their hand is terribly hot. It must be so hot that the frozen blood melted and started to flow again. I sense someone take a deep breath and sit down. I hear a clang of something falling.
まあ仕方ないか。ごめんなさい、父さん。あなたの娘はとんでもなく薄情者です。
And that's it. The person speaks to mock themselves and leaves. My heart resumes its activity, and then my mind stops. This is not the sleep of death. This is a restful sleep to recover the energy to wake up again. Shirou Emiya is defeated again. I wake up. I feel sick. My whole body is in pain and I have a sharp headache each time my heart throbs. I can't remember because of the sharp headache. My body is cold, probably from lying on the floor for a long time. The only certain thing is my ripped uniform and my own blood on the floor. I get up with a hazy head. The spot where I was lying looks like a murder scene. Had my chest pierced. Bearing the pain, I enter the closest classroom. Moving to the locker with unsteady steps, I take out a mop and a bucket. I'm still confused. Why do I still think I have to clean up when I've just met something totally outrageous and been killed instantly? Am I an idiot? I wipe the floor with the mop. With unsteady hands, I manage to get the blood wiped off and pick up any trash lying around and put it in my pocket. Maybe I'm destroying the evidence. I'm still in a daze, so perhaps that's why I'm doing something so absurd. I put back the mop in the bucket and leave the school like a zombie. I'm sure that's not going to draw any attention. I get hotter as I walk. The air is so cold, but it feels like my body is burning. Hey Boomer, are you doing good? I just noticed you were muted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep going.
Yeah, okay. When I got home, the day has already changed. There's no one home.
How no one saw him while he was walking to his house?
Because there's no one outside, remember? Because of the curfew.
Oh, that's true. I forgot that.
What I'm thinking of, there's no cameras in that school.
No. There just aren't.
Okay.
There aren't cameras anywhere.
That makes everything easier.
Apparently, early 2000s Japan had no cameras. It's just the way it is. Neither Fujine nor Sakura are around now. I collapse to the floor. I lie on the ground and finally calm down. I take a deep breath. When I inhale, my heart cries in pain as if cracking apart. No, that's wrong. It wasn't just cracked. It had a hole in it, but it healed, and the wound tries to open up again when I inhale. No, that's wrong too. I wasn't almost killed. I was actually killed. But I'm still alive in spite of that, because someone saved me. Since the person was there, that person might have something to do with them. But that makes no difference to the fact that the person saved me. I have to thank them one of these days. The moment I let my guard down, the pain returns. At the same time, I feel like vomiting. I sit up and resist the sickness. One sec. Okay. I was just checking something. I place my hand on my bare chest where the uniform is ripped. Even though I was saved, I did have a hole in my chest. That feeling, such an unpleasant feeling, a spearhead entering my body, isn't something I can forget easily. If I close my eyes, it feels like the lance is still in me. I shake off that illusion and try to calm down. The result of all that training every night. Just taking a few deep breaths clears my mind, and the heat and nausea vanish from my body. A man in blue and a man in red. They looked human, but I don't think they were. Were they like ghosts or something? But I've never heard of ghosts with form able to associate directly with people. And they were talking too. If they had their own will, it's hard for me to think of them as ghosts. I've heard that the only ghosts with a body are spirits, but aren't they shaped differently from humans? There's another fundamental problem. Those two were killing each other. The murderous burglar that appeared in the neighborhood. The ongoing ominous events in Fuyuki City. All I can tell with such thoughts is that it's way out of my league. Perhaps because the wound on my chest is so vivid, I complain about things I shouldn't. Complaining comes later. First, I have to decide whether or not it's my concern. Except, the bell hung from the ceiling rings. This is a Magus' house, even if only a poor one. There's a boundary field that alerts me when a stranger enters the property. No, not a burglar. As I speak, I realize my foolishness. That can't be it. With this timing, right after that strange incident, that can't be it. There's an intruder. Not a burglar, but an assassin who's here for my life. Actually, Lancer. Because I remember that guy saying, "You saw us, so die." The house is filled with silence. In the silent darkness, the murderous intent I felt at school is slowly drawing closer. My throat gulps. I feel a sharp chill running down my spine. I will be instantly pierced if I move from this room. I frantically contain the scream about to escape my mouth. The instant I release it, the assassin will happily jump in and take the opportunity to kill me. If that happens, it will be just like before. Unprepared, I will be pierced by that lance again. The moment I think about it, my breathing goes wild. Damn it. I'm ashamed that I'm about to give up my saved life so easily in that I'm afraid. Gritting my teeth and holding my chest, I try to restrain myself. I should get used to it. This is the second time. This is the second time I'm about to be killed. That alone is enough to make me want to end it differently from last time. Besides, I'm a Magus. What have I been learning for the past 8 years if I can't even protect my own life? Smart, big-brained Shirou goes on against the servant. Enough thinking. That is not... Right now, I just have to counter the intruder.
Yeah, I just need to fight a servant by myself. That should work.
Yeah, that'll
He
be fun.
couldn't even see his attacks. Okay.
Even though I'm a Magus...
yeah. I am a bit.
Yeah. Even though I'm a Magus, all I can do is strengthen something that can be a weapon. To fight, I need a weapon. The shed has lots of things that could become weapons, but that's too far away. If I'm attacked when I leave the living room, it will just be a repeat of what happened earlier. It'll be difficult, but I have to find a weapon here. Something long and thin would be best, like my penis. My opponent's weapon is a lance, so something like a knife won't do. It would be great if there were a wooden sword or something, but of course, there's nothing. If anything here could be a weapon, it's... Yes, putting the army to good use.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He's retarded.
But despite that, I'm determined, even in this hopeless situation. Things are already as bad as they can be, so they can't get any worse. So all I have to do is run forward until I run out of energy.
That's true.
He literally died already. He can't be doing worse than that.
He'll die again.
With the words that suggest my reconstruction, I channel magical energy into the 60-centimeter long poster, which is made out of steel, so he's making it into something harder, I suppose. I have to turn it into something that can repel that lance, so I need to channel magical energy into every corner and solidify it. A shield. I extend my consciousness. As if soaking my blood into the poster through my skin, I permeate magical energy into it.
The heck will Saber be summoned from this?
A sense that I've hit the bottom, right before the magical energy overflows from it. I cut off all connection with the poster and shudder at the feeling of success. The poster is now as hard as metal, but it is as light as it was before, so I couldn't ask for a better sword. How many years has it been since I last succeeded at the strengthening magic? It's kind of ironic. The magic I've never been able to achieve since Kiritsugu died is finally working in this kind of a situation. I might be able to do something. I have some knowledge of how to use a sword. I hold the poster with both hands and stand up. I'll die anyway if I stand here, and I don't think I would be able to flee even if I escape this house. So all I can do is run straight...
Damn, for his small dick, he really has big balls.
I know, right? all I can do is run straight to the shed and make a stronger weapon.
That's true. That man will get isekai'd.
Yeah. Come if you're going to come. It won't be like before. In the instant I think that, my whole spine shivers. When did he arrive? Appearing from the ceiling, the guy drops straight at me, just like that scene from Hereditary. Silver light descends upon me. The guy that seems to have come straight through the ceiling descends to pierce my head. I frantically escape by rolling forward. A Dark Souls moment. He lands softly while I keep rolling, but I stop rolling and stand with my freshly made sword in hand. He is unimpressed. He turns to face me, looking bored. He raises his lance again, seemingly uninterested. I don't know why, but he lacks the spirit he had at the school ground. In that case, I might be able to outwit him. Of course you are.
No.
That's true.
The man is complaining as if he thinks nothing of me. That's because you're nothing, Shirou. You should learn that.
That's true.
I slowly move backwards. It's about 3 more meters to the window. Once out the window, it's about 20 meters to the shed. Then I can run off this instant.
Come back this time, kid.
He says blankly as if sighing out. Pain assails my right arm. It happened in an instant. The man's lance is thrust without time for me to react. I would have faced my second death with that blow, but what prevented it was my newly made sword. He must have thought it was just paper. The lance, thrust as if the poster wasn't there, was deflected by it and only skimmed my right arm. The man's expression goes away. His carelessness disappears and he's now staring at me with beast-like eyes. Just in Shirou fashion, making things worse by thinking he's making them better. I screwed up. I was just being stupidly optimistic when I thought I could do something. The thing before me is a monster beyond belief. Painfully, I realize my foolishness for letting my guard down even slightly against him. That's right. If I'd been really desperate, I should have ran frantically to the window as soon as I miraculously avoided his first attack. He points his lance at me. I won't be able to block it. I can't possibly block that lightning flash blow. If his weapon were a sword, I think I might have been able to at least prepare for it. But that's a lance.
Nope.
A sword follows a line, but a lance has a point. How am I supposed to block a blow from a point that I can't even see coming? The man's body descends. In that instant, his lance is swung sideways. Shirou, the badass, is blocking the lance coming at my face with just his instincts.
Holy shit.
There's a huge whirlwind. I don't know how he's moving the lance in this small room, but it makes a beautiful arc and comes to attack my body from the other side. Nice to see Lancer having a little bit of fun. My constructed sword moved to stop it bends. Is he using a hammer? Damn,
What?
This numbness feels like I've broken the bones in my arm. I swing the sword instinctively. He must take me lightly as he hasn't pulled back his lance, so I flick away the shaft with my sword. The arms that hit it go numb. The sword bends even more, and the man's lance only moves slightly. The man was just playing with me. He let me hit him once, since I blocked him twice. But I used up my one and only chance for just a makeshift attack. That's why he sees no point in fighting me anymore. He readies his sword again. Hits the lance. Sorry, that was a big brain fart. During that small unnecessary movement, without looking behind me, I jump out the window. I break the window with my back and roll outside. I roll a few times, get up, and without a thought, I turn and swing behind me. The man hesitates a moment as I deflected his lance thrust. As I expected, if I jumped out the window, he would definitely come after me, and he would kill me even before I could get up. That's why I expected the fatal blow and swung at it. It was a bold plan. I would have died if it was a second too late or a second too early, but considering the difference in our skill, it could never have been too early. So all I had to do,
considering plot armor, but okay.
So all I had to do was get up as fast as possible and swing at what was coming behind me. The result was perfect. I won my bet and deflected the man's lance. I quickly regained my balance. Now I have to make it to the shed before he recovers. The man who supposedly had his lance knocked away comes up to me empty-handed and spins and executes a roundhouse kick. The scenery flies past me. My battered chest is numb and I cannot breathe. No, what's more surprising is I'm flying. I never in my dreams thought that I would be sent flying by a mere roundhouse kick. I fall to the ground from my back. I hit a wall and come crashing down. Yeah, that definitely broke all his back. I can't breathe. My vision is blurred. I manage to stand supporting myself against the wall of my destination, the shed. I track the man with my blurry vision. I must have been kicked 20 meters. The man approaches, lance in hand. I'll be killed. I'll definitely be killed. The man will be here in a second. If I don't want to die now, I have to get up and face him. The lance comes out at me. I can't even turn around fully, and my collapsing body faces the man's lance. How fortunate. I got lucky as I couldn't hold myself up and my knees collapsed. The lance goes over my head and hits the door of the shed, opening it. So this is my last chance. If I go into the shed, there should be something I can use as a weapon. I enter the shed on all fours. There, a fatal, inescapable blow is thrust. And I block it. I unroll the poster and make it into a one-time shield. A huge impact. The opened-up poster did block the lance, but it was not strong enough. It spears through and transforms back into its original paper. Hit by the impact of the thrust lance, I'm flung to the wall. I fall on my butt and recover myself. When I raise my head and try to find a weapon, the man is pointing the lance at me. This is it. The man's lance is pointed directly at my heart. I know this. This is the smell of death I felt just a few hours ago. I can't hear him. My mind is focused only on the weapon in front of me. It's only natural because I'll die when that thing is thrust. So everything else is gone from my mind. What else can I think about now that things have ended up like this? The man's arm moves. The movement I couldn't even see before looks like it's in slow motion now. The running silver light. The spearhead moves straight for my heart. It will spin blood. It will spill blood in the next second. I know this feeling. The feeling of metal running into me. The taste of blood coming up my throat. The sense of the world around me disappearing. I felt all of it earlier. And I have to experience it again? Really? I don't understand. Why do I have to go through this? This is bullshit. I can't accept this. I can't just die here meaninglessly. I was saved so I can't die easily. I have to live and fulfill my obligations. If I die, I can't do that. But the lance will pierce me. The spearhead will cut into my flesh and pierce my heart. It pisses me off. It's ridiculous to kill someone that easily. It's ridiculous for me to die that easily. Dying twice in one day, that's ridiculous as well. Damn, everything is so screwed up that I can't contain it all and... won't be killed meaninglessly by someone like you. Truly, it appeared like magic. In a blinding light, it appears from behind me. My mind stops. All I know is that the figure who appeared is a girl. The moment it appears, it repels the lance thrust at my heart and steps up to the enemy without hesitation. The man readies his deflected lance and the girl swings something she is holding. Sparks fly twice. A strong swing. The man hesitates, receiving a heavy blow from the girl. He must have realized he is at a disadvantage as he jumps out of the shed with bestial speed. While keeping her guard up against the man, she quietly turns to me. The wind is strong today. The clouds drift and the moon appears for a brief moment. The silver light that shines into the shed lights up the girl in knightly form. I'm speechless, not because I'm confused by the sudden turn of events. I'm at a loss for words because of this girl's overwhelming beauty. The girl stares at me emotionlessly with her jewel-like eyes. She says in a valiant voice. I only repeat back her words. I don't know who she is or what she's talking about. All I know is that this small girl is the same kind of being as the man outside. The girl says nothing and just stares at me silently. How can I put this? The figure in front of me is so special that I forget the situation, that the man outside could come and attack me at any second. It feels like time has stopped just around me. The fear of death has disappeared and the girl fills my vision. She speaks again. The instant I hear the words master and servant, a pain shoots through my left hand. It's like a hot iron has been placed on my hand. I grab my left hand instinctively. That must have been the signal as the girl quietly nods her lovely face. Even I have some knowledge of magic. I understand what that word means. But the girl doesn't answer me and looks away with the same grace she had when she nodded. Because magicians don't know anything about contracts. She looks at the door of the shed.
Our lion arrived.
There stands the man, his lance ready in his hand. She moves faster than I can think. The knightly girl leaps out of the shed without hesitation. I get up and follow the girl, even forgetting the pain in my body. There's no way that girl will be a match for him. Even armored like that, she is a girl smaller than me. My words are silenced by the sound. I can't believe my eyes. This time, my red really goes blank. The sound of weapons. The moon is hidden behind the clouds, and the yard has returned to its original darkness. In it, sparks are born from steel hitting steel. The lance-wielding man wordlessly attacks the girl who jumps out of the shed. But the girl parries the blow of his lance and knocks away all following attacks, driving the man back with every blow. I can't believe it. The girl called Saber is overpowering that man. The battle has begun. What happened between me and him earlier wasn't a battle. A battle is a fight between two people who can kill each other. Whatever the difference in skills, if each has a way to kill the other, then you can call it a battle. Their fight is a battle in that sense too. The man's lance that I couldn't even see is thrown with even more power. But the girl parries it with the thing in her hands and closes in on the man. The man retreats a bit. He holds his lance vertically to protect his ribs as the girl goes for them. For a moment, the man's lance glows. It was a blow like an explosion, and I guess it really was one. The instant the man blocks the thing the girl's holding, the lance in his hand glows as if electrified. The man and even I can tell what that is. That is a force of magical energy so strong that it's visible. In each of the girl's blows is a terrible amount of magical energy. That outrageous amount of magical energy is penetrating the opponent's weapon just by touching it. Such a thing. It would take such force just to block it. If you think of the man's lance as an accurate sniper rifle, the blows of the girl are like those of a powerful shotgun. Every time the girl swings, the yard is filled with light. But that isn't what's overpowering the man. The man complains while avoiding the girl's fierce attacks. The girl doesn't answer, but only attacks even more with the thing in her hands. The man retreats with not even a chance for a counterattack. Because the girl's weapon is invisible. As he cannot sense her range, it would be careless to attack recklessly. Yes, it is invisible. The girl definitely has something in her hand, but as you can't see what shape it is, nor how long it is, you can't tell anything about it. Perhaps it's totally invisible as it does not show up even when sparks fly off from it. A man must be having a hard time defending against it as his moves aren't as sharp. And the girl lets out a voice for the first time. She swings her weapon with more fury. A storm of swings without pause. The flying sparks remind me of a blacksmith hitting iron. The lance-wielding man blocks them, clucking his tongue. I must say, I admire his skills even though he tried to kill me. The man is blocking invisible blows, watching only the opponent's legs and arms. But that's it. You only need to beat down someone who's gone defensive. As if to say so, the girl steps even closer to the man and delivers a blow with all her might, as if smashing him down. He must see this as his opportunity as the man disappears. No, he jumped back, making it look like he disappeared. The girl's blow cuts through the air and destroys the ground, kicking up dust. The blow swung as a final one was easily dodged. I can tell even from a distance. I don't know about the careful blows from before, but such a big blow wouldn't be able to touch that man. Even his body must have been straining under all those attacks, but he suppressed it for an instant and jumped away. As if this blow will determine the victor. The man who jumped back several meters jumps as soon as he lands. As if reversing his retreat, he jumps at the girl. In contrast, the girl still has her sword in the ground. That opening is irrevocable. The red lance returns in less than a second, and the girl twirls her body with the sword still on the ground. So the contest lasts less than a second. The man sees his mistake and tries to hold back, while the girl uses her whole body to execute her blow. The man blown away and the girl who blew him away both seem discontent. They each launched the blows to kill the other. Even if they allowed them to escape immediate danger, they were worthless. Their distance opens. The two stare at each other silently.
どうしたランサー止まっていては僧兵の名が泣こうそちらが来ないのなら私が行くが
わざわざ死にに来るかそれは構わんが貴様の宝具それは剣か
The man glares as if staring right into her heart.
さあどうかな旋風かもしれぬし双剣かもしれんいやもしや弓かもしれんぞランサ
ー抜かせセイバー
Perhaps it's really funny for him. Man, the one called Lancer lowers his lance. It looks like he's indicating that he doesn't want to fight anymore. The girl is puzzled by Lancer's action. But I know that stance. It was used in that fight a few hours ago in the schoolyard. It's the fatal move that was supposed to have ended the show.
ついでにもう一つ聞くがなお互い初見だしよここらで分けって気はないか悪い話じゃないだろうそらあそこでほうけているお前のマスターは使い物にならんし俺のマスターとて姿を晒せねえ大ふぬけときたいここはお互い万全の状態になるまで勝負を持ち越した方が好ましいんだが
断るあなたはここで倒れろランサー
そうかよたくこっちはもともと様子見が目的だったんだぜさ
It seems like the air around them distorted. Lancer lowers his stance. A chill runs through the air at that moment. It's exactly like back then. The magical energy rumbles in a whirlpool centered at the lance. The girl readies her apparent sword and glares at the enemy in front of her. Hogan. The girl facing the enemy knows better than I how dangerous he is.
God.
The beast jumps. Lancer instantly appears in front of the girl as if he teleported and thrusts his lance at the girl's feet. It was a bad move even to my eyes. With the lance already lowered, it wouldn't be effective to aim low at the girl. To prove my point, the girl jumps over the lance and moves forward to slash Lancer away. But at that moment, with words themselves charged with magical energy, the lance thrust at the girl's feet rushes towards her heart. Her body rises into the air. The girl is driven up into the air by the blow of the lance, and she crashes down. No, she lands on the ground.
Peraí, agora que ele morre?
She's bleeding.
Damn, I went back to Portuguese, god damn it.
The girl who hasn't even received the scratch so far is bleeding badly from her chest. I'm surprised too. No, since I saw it from a distance, I can tell better than her that the attack just now was a strange one. The lance was definitely aimed at her feet, but it was suddenly changed its course, moving strangely in an impossible direction and pierced the girl's heart. But the lance itself has not grown or bent. Yeah? Sorry.
I like this Nebo Phantasm. I think he is one of the most powerful ones.
Yes, Gaybolga is very broken.
Yeah.
It looks so natural that it makes one think that the lance was already in her heart. And for that reason, it is strange. It's not as simple as the lance changing its course or piercing her heart. The lance did not change its course. It changed the means so that the result would be so. The lance thrust with the name carried the result. The lance thrust with that name carried the result of piercing her heart as a premise. In other words, the process and the result were reversed. As long as there was the result of the lance piercing her heart, the course of the lance was merely something added later on to prove that fact. An evil thorn that breaks through all defenses. A lance that pierces the heart every time it's used. A weapon that determines your fate just by its use. How can anyone block such a ridiculous attack? However the enemy tries to dodge it, the lance will pierce their heart without fail. That's why this move is fatal. A cursed lance that always pierces the opponent with one thrust. But the girl has evaded it by a small margin. She is wounded, but it was not a fatal blow. In a sense, her actions were more impossible than the lance. The instant the lance was thrust, she turned and jumped back with all her might, as if she knew this was going to happen. Either she had incredible luck or enough divine protection to nullify the curse of the lance. Either way, she avoided a fatal blow and sullied the lance's name. The girl catches her breath. The blood that was running so much has stopped, and even her stabbed wound is healing. I guess that's extraordinary. I knew she wasn't normal, but still, that's too strange. Like her skills to fight against Lancer, the incredible magical energy in each of her blows, and like her body that heals by itself, this girl clearly surpasses Lancer. But that was only up to now. Even if it's healing, her wound is deep. If Lancer attacks her now, she'll be defeated without even being able to defend herself. 1 second. But with this overwhelming advantage, Lancer doesn't move. He glares at the girl, grinding his teeth so hard that I can hear it. A voice that seems to echo from the ground. Lancer frowns. His hostility disappears and he clucks his tongue in annoyance.
有名すぎるのも考え物だ。
Gave yourself away, my friend. The pressure goes away. Lancer doesn't even attack the wounded girl and simply turns his back and moves up to the edge of the yard.
己の正体を知られた以上、どちらかが消えるまでやり合うのがサーバントのセオリーだが、あいにくうちの雇い主は臆病者でな。
逃げるのか、ランサー。
ああ、追ってくるのなら構わんぞセイバー。ただし、その時は決死の覚悟を抱いてこい。
With one bound, Lancer easily jumps over the wall and disappears.
待て、ランサー。
The wounded girl starts running to pursue the enemy.
バカかあいつ。
I run through the yard with all my strength. The girl will go after him if I don't stop her instantly. But there was no need for that. When the girl tries to jump over the wall, she clenches her chest and stops. I run to her and stare at her. No, I try to approach her and to call out to her, but I forget about the instant I come near. I forget about it the instant I come near her. To put it simply, everything about her is absurd. Now that I'm near her, I can tell that the shining armor she wears is really heavy. The old-fashioned cloth is smooth, a vivid blue. No, that isn't what fascinates me. The girl, who seems to be a few years younger than me, is beautiful. The golden hair is lit by the moonlight, is finely textured, as if sprinkled with gold dust. The face, with some sign of naivety, has elegance, and her white skin looks soft. I can't call out to her because I'm fascinated by her beauty, and also for another reason. Because seeing the girl fighting and getting hurt somehow made me mad. All the while I'm fascinated with her, the girl has her hand on her chest. But that ends quickly. The girl lets her chest go and looks up as if the pain has gone away. She stares directly at me. I'm not sure how I should talk to her, but I notice something about her. Even though it missed her heart, the lance stabbed her in the chest, but she's unscathed. I've heard of healing magics, but I didn't see her using anything like that. So that must mean she automatically heals even when she is wounded. Then my brain switches gear. This is no time to be fascinated by her. She's a strange being. I can't let my guard down until I know what she is. I take half a step back and ask her.
何者も何もセーバーのサーバントです。あなたが私を呼び出したのですから確認をするまでもないでしょう。
This is about when I should ask the question if you guys want to stop and keep going next time, or if we just go to the end of the day.
That would be already the biggest episode of all. That was like what?
4 hours?
I think it's best to stop now.
Very well. So, what are your impressions of the first 2.5-ish days of the Fate route?
Holy shit. By the end of it, I went back to Portuguese of how impressed I was.
And now, we are in a bit of a pickle because Shirou has summoned Saber without any knowledge of what the fuck is going on.
Saber is too OP, is the only thing I want to say.
What really saddens me that we will need to see all of this again when he dies.
No, he's already died. He died in school.
He already died, man.
No, yeah. Wait a minute. That was wait. We didn't pick the route that ends with him dying.
No, there isn't any of the routes that ends with him dying. He died in school.
So the choices back there were meaningless.
No, yeah, they're not meaningless. They just don't mean anything in this route specifically.
Why?
Oh, okay. Okay.
They will next time, and definitely next time.
Void?
But
Void?
I think he's gone. But he'll be able to watch this later. So.
He is still here. Maybe he slept.
Yeah, I think he fell asleep at some point. He was pulling an all-nighter.
That would explain why he became so quiet after some That's a fair point.
But yeah, I just wanted to point out.
There will be one episode.
Yes.
Who's the best girl?
4 hours.
4 hours, man.
4 hours. And we basically ended the prologue.
For the people who are watching who are at the end of the video, congratulations.
I will do everyone a service and separate it into various smaller parts so that no one has to sit through 4 hours.
Oh, that's good.
Okay,
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Not
That's
into different
awesome.
videos, but if you go to YouTube, you can do chapter selection now.
No, but it will still be a 5-hour video.
Oh,
so, yeah.
I know what are you saying, Taiga.
Yeah.
Zevlen.
That will be explained later because what the heck is going on?
So, does anyone have any questions about what's going on here?
I have one question.
Yes.
Where's Taiga?
Which girl is your favorite boomer?
Well, I don't know yet how Saber works.
Okay.
And until now,
From everything that you saw.
Probably Rin.
Rin? Okay. That's normal.
I mean, none of them would be like my favorite top wife, but okay.
Okay. That's normal.
I can't
That's
tell
pretty
you
normal.
where's Taiga. She is probably back home. She only stays for dinner. And considering that Shirou was asleep until like midnight, she probably just left.
Okay, so she... Okay.
And if you guys forgot, he did mention in the first day as he was waking up that there was an inscription on the floor of the shed, which was his summoning circle. That's how he summoned Saber.
Why? How? When someone did this?
That will be explained later.
But I remember from anime.
That will be explained later.
That or something
I
like that?
remember from the anime, but I don't remember from the game.
Now I'm thinking of how they did it in the anime because, damn.
In the anime, is easier to understand this part. I think so.
No, they'll just come back to it later. But this is a long day. Like, it's still far from over.
Oh yeah, and Saber still needs to kill Rin, right? The fight of the best girls, I guess.
The fight of the best girl. Nope. Sakura is the best girl.
But I nearly got you.
Almost.
I got you.
I felt that, man.
Fuck. I am deeply.
Unlimited Blade Works is defeatable. Very well, guys. This was 4 hours of Fate Stay Night. Are you guys free tomorrow? Evening, same time.
Wait, this is being recorded or?
Yes, but I can cut it off anyways. It doesn't matter. Actually, let me just do that.